Hey, what's up, DPK? How are you? Been a long time, huh, bro? Can you hear me? Nope, you can hear me. Yeah, it's been a kind of hell of a week, so I figured nobody's here. Jump on, say hello to some folks, if they even show up. I'm trying to find it on my Kindle so I can see the chat instead of looking at the screen, but that's good. Yeah, it's been kind of insane around here, so YouTube's kind of taking a back seat to everything. Hey, Melvin, how's it going? Thanks for stopping by. I figured, I was telling DPK, I'm home. Fortunately, my girlfriend's been in the hospital since Tuesday. I just got home a little while ago, so I figured jump on and say hello and see some old friends, maybe make some new ones. I mean, I haven't done a whole lot, but I did before other people come in. I got a thing from CameraFi. I did a video, I just ain't uploaded it yet. They had a thing where if you responded, sorry to hear that, man. If you were the 5 people, the first 5 to respond would get either Rubble Zone or Frag Zone. And it's this is actually great for doing frags and things like that, brackish water, because it'll raise the pH and stuff. It's actually natural agronite, but it's got spored bacteria in it. So unfortunately, I just emailed them back, and they sent me an email and said, well, you were number 10, but we want to send you a box anyway. So they did. I asked for the other stuff, but beggars can't be choosy. So I just emailed them back and said, thank you. I said, unfortunately, I have no use for it because I only have freshwater tanks. So I figured, it is what it is. If they message me back and offer to send me the other stuff, and not send that back, which I would, maybe I'll turn around and just do that as a giveaway to somebody. It's like nothing wants to work today. Actually, it does say that it's that it will work on brackish. I mean, to me, it's like live rock, or the equivalent. I assume the freshwater would be the equivalent of like pumice stone. Hey, what's up, Chewy? Thanks for swinging by. It does say safe for all marine, reef, and hard water, freshwater applications. It also says where to go. Ideal for fragging corals, living biomedia filter material, tunneling burrowing substrate, sump or ephraim rubble, spawning substrate, nano reef live rock, attaching macro algae or mangroves. And I know I read it somewhere. Rinse lightly with fresh or salt water. Well, I know I read it somewhere. Has porosity you need for best adhesives of frags and colors that blend in beautifully with the reefscapes. Spored bacteria making it ideal biological media for requiem. Filter boxes and sumps. It's perfect housing for not only beneficial bacteria but copod, sponges, other natural reef foods. Can be mixed with sand to create a base layer ideal for burrowing fish and inverts like jawfish, shrimp, and gobies. Strategically placed pile is also appreciated by small fish and fry as they adjust their size hide. Safe for marine, safe for African cichlids. It's calcium carbonate based and may increase pH and alkalinity in both marine and soft water or fresh water. I know I read it somewhere. I know I'm not losing my mind. But yeah, it was pretty cool that, you know, they offered to send it to me, even though I was number 10 out of the 5. But I did tell them I did do a video, which, you know, I'll upload. But they actually sent me a t-shirt and a bunch of stickers here a couple weeks ago. So, you know, I definitely use a lot of the Carib Sea stuff. So, I mean, that's Carib Sea rock down in there and Carib Sea sand in the middle, and then more rock on the other side. Yeah, can you imagine? It's almost like the equivalent of taking Java fern and mounting it on lava rock or pumice. Yo, what's up, HC? Appreciate you swinging by. I think, in all honesty, it's been about 2 to 3 years since I've been on a live stream. I was on Susan's from SLC. I was a guest on her show, and actually she kind of blew my mind because I was joking around and I was doing a radio spot for Susan from SLC Aquatics, like a DJ, and she used it to intro some of her videos, and she actually PayPal me $20. Yeah, HC, it's been crazy. I think there for a while I was kind of getting burned out, you know, because I try to watch everybody's videos. Sometimes I'll watch them, you know, at least throw a like if I don't comment on them. Since I changed jobs, I don't sit up by the lake anymore and do those videos. I know Aquacop and somebody else mentioned they missed me doing those. Where I work now, there's a pond, mud pit, not even a pond, to do it, but you really can't see it because I'm in an industrial park and it's kind of down behind the truck. And then usually I am so tired that I take those hour lunch times and turn some music on, lay the seat back, and take a nap. But yeah, you know, there's been so much going on. Unfortunately, COVID-19 ain't got crap on what's going on in my life right now. Yeah, I was gonna say, I know when I was watching some of your stuff there, DPK, that you mentioned some stuff and my heart was going out to you. And then I knew you were gone there, and I saw you pop up in a couple live streams, and I said hello to you. But it's definitely good to have you back. I know, like Melvin, he was doing some stuff where he was getting fried. HC is always on. He's always around doing something. So I actually surprised Corey because I mod for Corey. And he's like, hey, wait a minute, there's a name. I know that name from somewhere. And then Dorcula said, yeah, that was Racing's Natural Aquarium. He's like, oh, yeah, now I remember. I said, yeah. I said, you know, we were hanging out down at Aquatic Experience. So I jumped on that one. I went on to Steenfot, to Bob's, and he's like, how'd you get unmodded? I'm like, beats the hell out of me. He probably just kicked me off because I hadn't been around. But, you know, I got thinking, like there was, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, I usually go camping right around my birthday, and Chris from Multi-Tank Addiction, Big Easy, and 1 or 2 other people are on, and we're, I already do, sitting out by the fire. It must have been 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, and we all got together on the live stream, and I'm laughing like a crazy man in the woods. So people must be looking at me like, what in the hell is wrong with this guy? But we had such a good time live streaming, laughing and cracking up together. Yeah, no, I actually, this hat, This dirty hat. My girlfriend bought me a new one and she thinks I don't like it because I won't wear it. But I told her, I said, I don't stop wearing them until they fall completely apart. Then I break out the new one. But, you know, I got thinking I have like 3 videos just sitting that I haven't edited. They keep doing updates on the Samsung and it keeps messing with things. And then, like, even coming on here, yeah, there was another dude on there on a stream too that went by something Natural Aquariums, and I'm like, that's funny because that was my old channel name. And then I got the new stickers and all that stuff. Oh, nice, HC. So I guess by Sunday, Monday, we're gonna have a unboxing video. I actually just ordered from Corey. I got what did I get? Oh, I got Easy Carbon. I got Easy Iron. And to show you how cool he is, I got you know, always, but you know, that's your call. What was it? Oh, the iron actually leaked from being tossed around, I guess. And he sent me another one, and I got it in like 2 days. But there was something so screwed up with the postal service, which the postal service around here sucks, that it took 7 days to get the carbon, the iron, and wonder shells. That's what it was for my shrimp tank that they're finally striving. They're finally not striving, thriving. 7 days. And then he sent the replacement bottle, right? Well, Candy emailed me and said, you know, we'll send you out another bottle. I got that 2 days later. And then I ordered the plastic for the glass hinge, because on my other 55 they snapped. 9 days to get that. And I ordered an impeller for my Cascade. It's still running with a broken shaft. It's still running flawlessly. So that's a big kudos to Cascade. But I wanted one just in case. I got that 3 days after I ordered and before I got the plastic strips. So I don't know what's going on anymore. Yeah, you know, my heart goes out to you, Melvin. I followed you and I've talked to you from the start. You know, and I've watched the Phoenix and this and that. And I know you were going through a rough patch. And, well, DPK, okay, we'll rewind to, I think that tank over there is 5 years old. Stupid me. I started doing the plants with Flourish and Excel, and then I switched CO2 booster for Excel because of the glue, which CO2 booster is the same thing. I think it's just a little bit watered down, and it controlled the algae, so I had no complaints. And I used Chem root tabs, and then I got a bottle of Thrive All-in-One, started using that, and you know, you can see the old videos, it turned into a jungle tank, thus the Natural Aquariums. It took right over. So I used that for several years, and then Corey was doing buy a bottle of Easy Green and get a shirt. So I switched when I ran out, but I noticed I started getting algae. And I think part of it, which in this other video I have, which I may or may not edit out, thinking about, you know, my 10 gallon turned into a blackbeard algae skank tank. So I was like, what did I change? I had to go all the way back and think about things that I've done to the tank and what could have brought this on. So I know switching to the Easy Green, I was getting growth, but then I started seeing different types of algae pop up. Then I also thought about it and said, well, hell, I stopped using, the light that I ran initially was a 24/7 Phoenix, the original, which I still have. It's a $20 part to fix it. Then I switched to the Fluval 2.0 that I got from Corey. No, I got it from my local fish guy, which pissed me off because he talks about how he matches prices. He would not match Corey's price. He did something for me. I lost, like I won some weekly contest that he did, and it was like the way the numbers all added up, I lost that gift certificate and all this, and I still paid almost full price for light. I love it, but I don't like the way he does stuff, and I really haven't been going back to him. But that I set up on a timer to avoid that. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think I started getting that on my Betta sorority tank. It almost looks like Blackbeard. It's kind of standing up. I know there's another one that does it, but it's a darker color. My 55 over there, the Blackbeard came, and it's all it does is you get a plant from somebody and it's got a spore or something on it, and you don't do the dip or you don't do the preparation to put it in your tank, then you've introduced it. So, and it's amazing how hard it was. Like George Farmer does a thing where, hi Sue, takes a cap of XL with a paintbrush and lowers the tank, brushes it on the affected areas, waits 10-15 minutes, refills it. 2-3 days later, the Blackbeard starts turning pink. My guppies start eating it. Good, win-win. But if you don't find out what's out of balance, it's coming right back. I let it go because I kind of liked it flowing, and it was long, and it also gave a place for like my pea puffers to kind of hide in, and my guppies. And I had guppy fry in there, and they didn't bother them. I had a few different fish in that tank, but I literally soaked it in bleach in a bucket outside for weeks, and it turned white, but it was still like hanging and undulating in the bucket. So once that happened, I took it out and I set it out on the shelf on my grill and let the sun bake it. And it baked and baked and it dried it. The minute it got wet, it started floating around. Still white, but it came back. That sucks, Melvin. They just, our asshat of a mayor or a governor said that all schools can open in the fall, which what'll wind up happening is he'll close them the day before school starts, or he'll blame the schools or whatever for another outbreak of COVID. Yeah, and Lord knows I took a toothbrush and was trying to scrub it off the. I had a cave like that one, and then I had something else, and it scrubbed and scrubbed, and finally I took a razor blade and stuff. I finally got it off, and then those pieces are actually back in the original tank with the shrimp, so that worked out. But what a pain. But I digress. So did the Easy Green. The light was already on the timer. The dimmer was set, so it wasn't, because there was nothing really super highlight in the tank, and so I got that. Then I realized I'll start dosing the CO2 booster again, and it went away. And then here recently I'd stopped using it. I really kind of stepped back. Hey Anthony. I stepped back from using the fertilizers in general, because the amount of fish that I had in the other tank, that bioload was significant enough to raise the plants. I had Aponjagitans that were flowering. I had Anubias that were flowering with no ferts. It was just finally balanced with enough bioload and enough natural CO2 that it worked out well. But so I went back and I just had run out of the Easy Green, and I went back to Thrive and started dosing. I got the Easy Carbon, so I started dosing that with the Thrive, and I noticed that the algae in the other tank is starting to die back, starting to go away. So the theory that you had was you hadn't seen blackbeard algae survive in acidic water within a 4.5 or 5 range. So yeah, phosphates are one of the biggest causes of that. Excessive nutrients, the lighting, and one of the other major ones was water flow. Now, my 55, I have an Anubias that the roots, the rhizome is this long and probably the size of my pinky. But all the roots coming off, there's like the bottom of it looks like that. This is all covered in blackbeard. That is right, right underneath where the spray bar hits. So we know it's not a flow issue. I did get laxed in water changes. Big no-no, because it leaves the extra nutrients in there. And as I mentioned, with the bioload, it was perfect. Bioload expands. Boom. Now I'm leaving stuff sit. My nitrates run 20, 30. Usually when they get about 40, I'll bring them back down just to keep the plants going. But a lot of the fast-growing plants had died off there for a while. Some of them I pulled and moved some, so that definitely plays into it. Night, Susan. Appreciate you stopping by. And I was just saying that I have not been on anything live since I was on your channel that time, and I think it just popped up. It was 2 years ago that I did that. Susan from SLC Aquatics. Yeah, I kind of go back and forth to my water department site. It's funny though, my water here, and I've been here, this will be my 4th year. It's almost ideal for anything. The pH is a little bit more towards the alkaline side. I think it's like 7.2, 7.4, somewhere in there. Never owned a GH/KH. Did get a TDS pen. But I had a Skittle mix growing in the small tank that I got from Lee at the Aquatic Experience, and they were doing great for a couple months, and all of a sudden, one at a time, gone. And it got me thinking. I was using my local fish store, another one, that had tanks set up, using the Ultram Consortium soil. Plants grow well in it. But it's a buffering substrate. Never even thought about it, that maybe, a couple months in, the buffering was finally taking over, and it was dropping the pH, and it was changing the GH and KH down, that it was killing them off slowly. The strongest would survive longer. So I did, hopefully this doesn't fall, I did that tank. I can't really see too much on that one, but a lot of plants have been taken out. But this has become my favorite tank. I mean, look at that tiger lily, and I'm getting the reds on the Rubens, and you know, the broadleaf is growing, and my baby plecos are doing well. I had so much of that Sawasser tank that I wound up making balls and putting it in my shrimp tank. And I was kind of amazed. I don't know if I can get this back on the table. I was kind of amazed at how much people were trying to get for, you know, a golf ball size thing, a Sawasser tank. Like those neons, there's 39, 13, there's about almost 60 in there, give or take. I was buying them 13, 14, 15, and yeah, they're all neons. The other tank is a mixed bag. That's got Neos and Cardinals. I have one Cardinal in that other tank, no lie. He is probably that big. If I can show you somewhere, do it there. He's probably about that big and just as thick, if not thicker, in height than that straw. And those guys over there are 4 years old. You know, and you know, as you see in a lot of the videos, you know, people talk about PetSmart and Petco. Now, me and Petco, we don't get along anymore. The manager, the cashier had an attitude, and I mean blatant attitude. Went to corporate and said I don't want to talk to the manager from that store because I had a falling out because she didn't do anything about the cashier. She just gave me a bunch of lip. So what do? They call and it's her, and I said, I told you guys, I don't want to talk to this woman. I'm not going to be nice, and I will turn the air blue in a drop of a hat. So then corporate was going to call, and I'm like, don't bother. I have no use for your store. I mean, the only thing I use Petco for, because it seems like I always have bad luck with their fish. Now, I worked for Petco when it first opened up in Jersey. I think we were, you know, one of the first few stores that opened. But this one here locally, it absolutely sucks. So PetSmart, I have a lot of their fish, like all these gouramis, these turquoise rainbows, the Australian rainbows in the other tank, and probably a few other ones have all come from PetSmart, and they've been alive for four going on 5 years. So there's a lot to be said. That though, that strain right there is, now it's funny because they get their shipments every Thursday, and these larger guys were the originals. But then when I went back, and it's amazing in what a week's time will do for these little guys. Like these guys are already growing like crazy. But the last batch I got, they were probably that big, if that. They could actually swim through little slots in the dividers. So it wasn't really the fault of the employee, but they do the double bag where they put it in, they shoot the oxygen, they tie it up, then they put it in another bag and tie it up to protect it. Well, unfortunately, when she did that and did the flip, one of them got stuck up in the fold by the knot. I didn't see it till I got home. When I floated the bag, I saw it in there, it was already dead. So they replaced it, and I said, you know, while I'm here, I'm going to wipe out your neons. I want the rest of the tank. So I basically bought the entire tank of neons that they had from Wednesday, Thursday. Wow! $20. I can go right over to their store right now and get it for $7 or $8. That's insane. That sucks. And that's the problem. I mean, with these stores, they all run off the same filter. Now, like my local pet store up the road here, he wound up getting something similar, and it started killing his fish. And then he couldn't sell fish. He actually shut everything down, turned the lights off, and had to break down the entire system and wipe out all the tanks, clean all the tanks. He wasn't selling fish for probably 2-3 months, and then COVID hit, and that really screwed him up. The stores, because I got into some nanos in that 29. I have some dwarfed emerald rasboras, which I think are beautiful. They remind me of a trout. Green neon, which is a nomenclature or a misnomer. They don't look like, they look like neons and cardinals, but they don't have the red stripe. And pygmy core and stuff. So I put them in that tank, and where I work, the store is around the corner, so I can stop and get them on the way home. And I walked in, all the tanks down there were turned off. And I think he's kind of shooting himself in the foot, because he's got a store, it's probably a half an hour from here above, and he's got his chain here locally. But that store is dedicated to fish, and some reports coming back to me from various people here in the capital region say that his prices are ridiculous. So I don't go there anymore either, and it sucks. So now I do have to rely somewhat on PetSmart and Petco. Now the Petco down by my job is nicer than this one, and I will not go to this one. I think we got, my girlfriend wanted to get something and they had it, so I took her there. But me personally, I won't spend a dime there, so they can kiss my thin butt. But yeah, those neons, the little ones, in a week's time have already, I don't want to say double in size. Hey, Vanoski Tanks, how are you, man? Oh, what the hell was that? How are you, man? I am tired. I've been going since 7 o'clock this morning. I just got home at 9:30. As I was saying in the beginning before I got sidetracked. Before I go to that one, and DBK, or Carlos, do you, when you go to Petco or PetSmart, do you price match? That sucks, man. You got it rough all over. Yeah, because knowing a few of the employees from both stores, it used to be PetSmart had no problem matching their own, or PetSmart or Petco, and a couple of the bigger, lesser known chains, they're chains like Pet Plus. They do $1 per gallons with Aqueons and stuff like that. That's where I got that 29 for 29 bucks. It's known that the store prices are higher than the online prices. So pull up the app. If you know what you're going for, like the German Rams, pull up the app and take a look at what the pricing is. And then do a screenshot. And when you get them up to the register, you show them that. They'll give it to you. Because these guys, this is the first time this has ever happened to me. Because I always go in here. That's what actually started my argument with the two Dinwits from Petco. Was I went in and I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I said, that's only this. And it was like a $25, I was buying ChemiPure and it was like $22 at the store. But I had it on my phone for, I think, $16. So she huffed and puffed when I showed her that. Then the fish that my girlfriend wanted, they were like $1.94. I think it was neons for that tank. It was $1.94. In store, they were $2.49, I think. So she huffed and puffed on that. Now I'm livid. My fuse is short. So that like really pissed me off. But They actually changed. Petco will only price match their own stuff, and it's a known fact that Petco's stuff on the floor is more expensive than online, and that's how they get the novice that doesn't know any better, because they always pay brick and mortar pricing. Now, like with these neons, like I said, this is the first time I've ever run into this, because 9 times out of 10, when I know they go on sale for like $1.94, that's when I jump. So they were $1.94 maybe a month or so ago. I figured, what the hell, I'll go and check and see. So I went. These were $2.29 in store, $2.29. I didn't have to do any dickering. And then just as within 4 days they went on sale. Now that I say that, down to it would have saved me like $5 on all the ones that I purchased. So I emailed them, and customer service came back with about price matching. And I'm like, obviously you don't pay attention to detail, because that's not what I asked you. I asked you, as with other retailers, if you buy something and it goes on sale within 30 days, you can go back to that retailer with your receipt and get refunded the difference. Never heard back from them again. So now that I think about that, I need to readdress that issue with them. That's something I want now. I want Carbensis. That was what was supposed to go in that other tank. But somehow my girlfriend suckered me into Gouramis. And she's like, well, I want that one. I'm like, they're the pink Gouramis, the ones that get about this big that people don't realize. I'm like, no, I don't want them. I had those 30 years ago. I didn't want them. I can deal with these guys, with the blue opalines and the honeys. They're nice, and actually, well, yeah, they were hiding out, but those are beautiful. So, and this is like where I sit. This is my reclining couch chair and my TV. So I'm happy. But yeah, definitely, I would always, especially $20. You know, I would definitely shop that. Like the nano ones, I got the dwarf neon raspberries from J&J Aquatics, and I went to go back to them to order more, and something fell through the hole or the crack, and it was like 2 weeks and I never heard anything back. So I messaged him. I'm like, you know, where's my order? Oh, well, we didn't get them. He did replace the 1 or 2 that I got that died within a day or two. A little bit of backlash on the second one that died. But, you know, that was only a couple days. And he's like, well, our policy is this, this, and this. And I'm like, well, then my policy is to tell you to take your fish and shove them up your ass, because I ain't doing business with you. I don't care if Corey recommends you or not. But when you sell fish that are super small and lack color, I have issues with that. So, but yeah, I mean, I would look around, Carlos, and there's a few places that I've come across looking for fish that their pricings aren't bad. I mean, if J&J has stuff, it's all right. But God, I can't think of the fish guy's name. No, well, if I think about it, I got you. I can always shoot you a message. But like, I did well on Aquabid with my shrimp. I got 30 shrimp, and it only cost me, like, with shipping, $45. Can't complain. And that's there's some, that one was actually cherries, I think, fire reds, cherries. And then the Skittle mix I got for $35 from a girl off a band, and that's a mixed bag. There's some cherries, there's some Rullies, a bunch of other ones too, some beautiful ones. So they're out there, but man, I would not pay $20. And when I had German rams and golden rams in the other tank, but unfortunately I lost them. And I got those from my local guy first, and he's just as bad. I think he was trying to get at least 10, almost $20 too, $10 and up, depending on which ones. And I'm like, screw you. And then I just happened to have been in PetSmart last Saturday, and there they were for 7 and change. I was like, oh, I want to get those. I mean, you can order them from them, but the downside is shipping is like $30 something. I'm like, screw that. That's several fish. I'll go get them myself. $30. You're not talking about electric blues, right? You're just talking about blue Acaras. I know I might have lost some people there. Just going back to see who was there. Electric blues, that's what I thought. Because I've got I had 6 or 7 in my other tank. I think my biggest is 6 inches, somewhere in there. I bought them. I got him that big for $7.99. And like I said, this guy's messing with his store, because now those fish, the smaller ones, he's trying to get $30 for them. And I just sold 6 of them at $15 a pop. I sold a peacock, I sold my dragon blood, and my second biggest electric blue, because Big Daddy or Big Mama, they ain't going anywhere. That's my favorite fish. That was one of my founding fish in my cichlid tank. Wasn't going anywhere. So I've got, as quick as I clear out cichlids, I got them right back. I just happened to go out and feed them the other night, and I've got some yellow labs, and I've got some more mbunas, some more of Scofields. You just can't get rid of them. So DeFreese Aquariums, I'm planning on doing a 20. This sounds like we're going back again, because I think we had this conversation. Planning on doing a 29-gallon tank that I'll have my Buenos Aires tetras, 2 of them, and 3 black skirted tetras. I am turning into rummy nose tetras south. That sounds sweet. I have Von Rios and head and tail lights, Colombian, of course neon cardinals, and a couple other tetras in there too. The funny thing was the Congo, or the Colombian tetra, black belt Achille, full grown 2 months ago. Oh wow, damn! And I thought I had bad luck. Wow. Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, I think the key to your success, Melvin, if you're going to do it in that size tank, is really try to plan it so that, they can get a territory and the other fish will learn to stay out of that territory. Probably be the only safe bet, I think. I know in my other 55, pretty much everybody has their zones, and when it was really heavily planted, which I'm slowly getting back to now that it's helping me get through all the stuff that I'm dealing with here. Definitely if you're going to do it, try to plan it. And actually, if you're going to get plants, see my boy Keith at KJE Aquatics. You can find him on Facebook. Definitely high quality Tropica plants. $8.50 shipping. You can't beat it unless you're getting like 100 pounds or something. But his plants usually come in big. So if you can get like big leaf Danubius, things like that, to kind of create that spot where they can hide, it might work. But I would definitely say, if possible, like with my sorority tank, I had a tank ready to go in the event I still have one out in the other room. If they start to really go after one another, I can pull and put them in other tanks. So it might be good to have a backup tank Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Carlos, but you basically had that like warehouse that you were setting up all your tanks, right? Yeah, you gotta either start utilizing some form of liquid carbon to combat that. Um, in the 2 weeks that I started dosing it into 55, and I was going to take pictures periodically. I'm starting to see it like get off my crypt. I still see some spots on one of my um, Anubias caudifolia, but I went in and I pulled some out and I cut off a lot of the plants or leaves that were affected. Some of them I did a dip in, so those are all right, but I'm thinking about lowering the tank and spray bottling them with some hydrogen peroxide, or maybe just doing the brush with the carbon right on it to stop that. But you know, it's amazing because 4 years, as I said earlier, you know, not an issue with algae, with the exception of June is the Harley Rendezvous. So that's a working vacation for me. It's 1 week, 7 days. So I thought I got the Phoenix 24/7. Plus I'm going to set that on 24/7 mode. I ain't got to worry about anything. I've got an automatic feeder. Fish are good. Jump on the bike. I'm on my way into the sunrise. I come back. I think I went out Monday. Came back Sunday afternoon. And it was like the green wall in Boston's baseball park. Green everywhere. It took me a week to scrape and clean and vacuum out all that, and then probably another week rubbing it off the plants, all of this, to get it back under control. So my lesson was, I'm going to Walmart for $4. I'm buying a timer. Did it the next year, set it at like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock intensity, which is the brightest, for 6 hours. Not one problem when I got back. How many rubby nose tetras can I put in a 20 tall? Plus I'm moving my 2 Buenos Aires and 3 black skirted ins going in that 10-gallon community. I want to get blue tetras with them. Whew. You've got 20 gallons. Hold on 1 second on that one there, Melvin. I thought so, because I remember when you showed that warehouse, I was like, holy cow, I'm jealous. This dude's got what I want. But like I said, I know watching the channel and stuff, I know some serious stuff basically took the wind out of your sails. Because I know we were talking all the time and then you were gone. So... But I am definitely honored and privileged that you've come back and that you actually stopped into this live stream, this impromptu live stream. But I hope things turn around for you. I really do, bro. But, yeah, I mean, like my video on my channel says, never tell somebody they can't. I actually got in an argument with some millennial over pushing the envelope, and I said to her, I said, if in 1843, I think was a time frame somewhere in there, if the woman in France or the man in France didn't want to keep plants in a glass box, we wouldn't have fish tanks, because that's how it got started. I want to say it was 1832. They wanted to put plants in a glass box so they could enjoy them in the house. Somewhere in the next year or two was when they decided to add fish. Thus, the fish aquarium was born. So I said, if people didn't take that opportunity or take that chance, you wouldn't even be arguing with me because you wouldn't have anything to say because we wouldn't have it. And I mean, hey, Cichlid 23, how's it going? You know, but she was so arrogant and so snotty. So I'm not going to tell you you can't do it. And like DPK said, it does boil down to filtration. Now, the 55 gallon, you know, I've got 6 or 8 Australian rainbows, 3 giant Colombians, which I was telling you the story about how I got those and installed out quickly. Our friend who lives nearby had them. Somehow the dog or the cat knocked over the tank. It smashed on the floor. Fish went flying. They picked them all up. They found this Columbia tetra over in the corner, covered in dog hair and crap, whatever. Like 15-20 minutes later, and they thought it was dead, so they put it in a cup like this, and it was still alive. So I got a message and they said, can you come, you know, maybe try to save this? I'm like, yeah. Came, made sure it was cleaned off. I put a little stress zyme or something in there, put it in the tank. It's this big now. I had to go out and buy friends to keep it company. So anyway, back to the story. Now, I mentioned about balancing the bioload in that 55 and really not even having to use fertilizers. I want to say there's probably, I got rid of a lot of claddies, babies and all. I sold some, I gave some away. I think at one point I was probably up to 125 fish, give or take. And the only way I was able to make that happen was I run the Cascade 1000 with DIY media, and then I run the Aqueon 7555 again with DIY media, and then the sponge on the pre-filter. So my numbers stay where they stay in a good range. They don't fluctuate too much. So you're really going to have to take a look at your filtration. Yeah, DP, Carlos nailed that right on the head there, Melvin. My 75, I have probably 45 cichlids in there, ranging from 6 inches down to, you know, a couple inches. Over filtered as well. I think that tank is turning over about 6 times an hour, 7 times an hour. But as Carlos mentioned, you're going to deal with some territorial fish too. So you definitely want to get some plants in there. If you're not going to do it heavily, because again, you start doing stuff like that, you're no longer at 20. You're, you know, as soon as you put gravel in there, depending on how much you put in, you could be at 17, 18 gallons. And you start putting plants, everything displaces water, and you shrink that 20 down. I mean, you could probably do it. Yeah, I'm running the Aqua 10. I'm running the Aqueon 20 in the 10 gallon. This one actually has the new Fluval Series 7, the 407. I love it. As I'm sitting here talking to you guys, I don't hear anything from this tank. When I came home the other day, I won a Penguin 350, which is right here, from Chris at Multi-Tank Addictions. And sometimes the bio wheels are a pain. To me, they're a novelty. But if the water gets low, then you can hear it splash. But it filtered. Did it keep the tank pristine like this? No. It's the Series 7 407 down there in the corner that's getting the job done. So if you're going to do that many fish, bunch of friends and fish nerds that saw my 55 gallon with my Bunas and said how with lava rock in the tank and the canister and barely any issues unless I don't service canister every other month. Very true. Luckily with mine, I service mine every whenever. I think the longest I went was about 5-6 months, and that was only, and the tank was still clear. It was just I noticed that the spray, the water coming from the spray bar was starting to get weak. The Aqueon 20 is a decent filter, Melvin. Oh, lights out. I run that on the 10-gallon sorority tank. No, I lie. It was on a 10-gallon pea puffer tank. Actually, I'm running the Tetra internal filter in the betta tank, and then I'm running some sponge filters from Corey in that. I just cleaned it and put it away, as a matter of fact. For the 29-gallon, I'm actually using the Aqua Clear 50 on that one. But yeah, Melvin, I would say, I mean, was that the yeah, sponge filters, true. I have the one that, like, I got this tank for free, I understand, and then the cichlids that were in it. But I have the one sponge that she gave me. It's probably about that big and round and that tall, that she used in her cichlid tank. I haven't put in anything yet, but so you're going to use a 200 bio wheel. I got rid of it after a year. It died. What died? Did the pump die? The pump itself? Yeah, I mean, a lot is to be said to that, Carlos, too, where, you know, depending on how you feed will affect, you know, how fast it's going to clog up too. If I stick to the cobalt pellets and the flake food by Northfin, and then I supplement this periodically, and then the krill, and I don't get like too heavy-handed, the canister takes forever to clog up. The Aqueon, or the Aqua Clear 110 actually gets dirty a lot quicker, so that kind of helps in the long run. Now check this out, Cichlid 23. CameraFi had sent, I want to say they did a post on Instagram, and for the first 5 people that that emailed them about it would get Life Rock Frag Zone or Rubble Zone. This is good for your saltwater tanks, your brackish water, mangroves, frags, the whole 9 yards. Just sucks because they sent me a letter back, an email back, and said, "Oh, you were caller, you were number 10, but we want to send you one anyway." I said, "Perfect. I can use the Rubble Zone. I can put it in the fluval here, or I can actually utilize it in the Aqueon 300 canister out there. I mean, there's no, I can put it anywhere." But I got that, so I said I did do an unboxing on it, which I'll upload at some point. But you know, I said unfortunately I can't use it. So if you want, I can send it back. No big deal. Twice a month, 2 days. Yeah. That's what I got there, is the 350. Yeah, I'll tell you what. You know, now I'm going to go back to 1980, 88, 89. And I still had all this. I still had the tanks. I still had these filters and stuff in the basement before my wife and I split up back then, and I couldn't get back to get them. It's funny, this filter looked like this, almost like a specimen container, the Lee specimen container, but it was kind of oval and big, and it had this motor that was this tall, this big and round, and a little port coming out the side, and then it sat down in the tank, and then it filled and did whatever it was. I think this filter could have sucked the snot out of a dead dog. And I still had it still worked. And it was kind of DIY. I mean, you put your floss in, you put this stuff in, all stuff that, you know, we really didn't know a lot about back then. And like I said earlier in the stream, you know, I worked for Petco when they first opened. I think I was maybe 20, 22, because I think I was already married. But the stuff we ran, the under gravel filters, and I still swear by them today. People are like, oh no, they get all mucked up there. Nah, here's the secret. If you take I don't have it here. What I used to do was take my Python, and I would take I used to have the cap that you could take the piece out, open up and put carbon in it, zeolite or whatever was available at the time, the ammonia remover, snap it in, and then stick it back into the T-shaped head. I would pull that off, pull the long tube that had the air stone at the bottom out, take my Python and stick it over the tube, and I could look underneath the tank as I was sucking and then jostle it around, and it would suck all the excess mold and debris out, and it kept it clean. Did have a power head connected to the other one now that you mention it. Yep. It's amazing, I mean, what a little bit of ingenuity does. And I think that might be what pisses off a lot of these manufacturers. I'm still baffled as to why the aquatic experience wasn't coming back to Jersey again. And I was upset because I wanted to, I went to the first one, and I finally got to meet a lot of people, and we had a great time. We hung out, we shot the breeze there, and, I got tons of fish stuff and stickers and gave stickers, and I know I still owe Cichlid 23 his green bandana and sticker, which I actually have in an envelope on the table. I have the stamps, but I'm going to level because a lot of you guys are very tight with me. As I said, COVID-19 has nothing on the shit that I've been going through. Going into last year, and I know I got off track about topics, and I'm not going to leave you hanging, Melvin. Actually, before I go and segue away, I would say you could definitely do it, Melvin, but definitely amp up your filtration and get some plants in, and that should help you succeed in what you're trying to do. If it's a 29 high, I would go with, I think on that one I have a medium sponge. Check out Corey's things, because there's somebody that said something in there, being I'm on my phone and this Kindle's a pain in the behind to use. I think it was no, maybe it was a large. I would go, it takes up real estate. Either go with the medium or a large sponge, as well as your filter, your hang-on back, and that should give you the beneficial bacteria to handle that bioload. But just for safety's sake, keep another tank ready to go in the wings if you got to pull a couple fish out or something. But I think you can do it. Like DPK or Carlos said, filtration, and I'm going to steal a phrase from my buddy John Hudson, KP Tropicals. Do your job. Now, I met John and Lisa. I hung out with them for a long time. I actually hung out with Lisa a lot. Such awesome people. The Fish Fam has great people. But with that, I'm going to segue back to what I was saying, which kind of took the wind out of my sails, was that or for the first time, I don't know. Okay. Huh. You know, and it sucks that there's so many other silicones that actually cure with water when you do a lot of marine work and stuff. As soon as it hits the water, just like Gorilla Glue, it actually uses the water to cure, and it's almost instantaneously. But I figured tonight I needed to sidetrack myself. Last October, I think it was, July, October, somewhere in those 2 months, my girlfriend was diagnosed with small cell lung cancer. She was a 10 plus year breast cancer survivor. And did the radiation, did the chemo, YouTube, fish tanks, everything taking a back seat. And went for the final scan March, and they had what they call glass. It's a little tiny speck. They think they pretty much got it with everything because of how fast it was caught. So we'll fast forward to March, beginning of April. They do the scan just to check, make sure everything was good. They saw a little bit. Said nothing to worry about. So turns out that this side of the new year, she slipped, fell down the stairs one morning, and she's complaining, you know, a couple weeks after the fact. She had a little lump on her side that was hurting, and her back and her lungs, everything was hurting. So I was like, okay. When I did the scan, the lungs were okay. And I still don't, it boggles the human mind how you're bombarding a body with radiation and chemo for 12 or 13 weeks, whatever it was, to have cancer the size of this bottle appear on your side. There's nothing there. There's no organs. So when she went back to her oncologist to get checked, that little, not so little growth was cancer, small cell. That was only part of the problem because they found it on her liver and they found a little bit in her brain. So did the brain radiation, just finished that up last week. And Sunday night, I had to take her to the emergency room here, because we thought she was impacted, constipated. They did a bunch of stuff, got there at 8 o'clock. I finally got here at 3 o'clock in the morning. Next thing I know, I'm at work, and at 2:45, I get a text, I'm on my way to the hospital. They're admitting her. So they were surprised that these doctors in the same hospital chain let her go. Severely dehydrated, pancreatitis, on top of the cancer. Chemo was paused for a week. So since Tuesday, with the whole COVID crap, one visitor, 4 to 8 p.m. So I work on this side, takes me 25 minutes to get to the hospital, stay there till 8, then come home. So I think you can agree that YouTube really isn't that important. But I will say now, just deciding to do this live stream, I really didn't expect anybody to come because I haven't been on in so long. And to see people that I consider my friends for 4 years jump on, you know, did my heart good. And it was a very welcome and happy distraction to be able to just sit here and just bullshit with you guys. And of course you get Melvin in there. I'm going to do this, and how do I do that? And, you know, will this work? And I want to say it was probably 3-4 years ago on a live stream. You know, he was doing the 120 gallon river tank, I think it was, or something back then, and he was asking questions. So I've always loved Melvin. But I will say this, Melvin. When you popped up with your girlfriend there, my mind went to 90 Day Fiance. And I'm like, this girl's from the Philippines, gonna soak this boy dry. And here you guys, you're still together, you're still talking, you're still working on whatever it is you're working on. So, you know, you finally, you know, calm me down. But yeah, Cicla 23, I think, because I can't go to the hospital until 4 tomorrow. And sorry if that was a downer. They did start to GoFundMe, thank God, because that'll help. But maybe I'll get everything stamped up and get that out, because I know I might have to put yours, and I have them in the bigger packs, because I'm afraid these idiots in this post office will cause the and I usually tape them like all in a square so they don't rip out. Like usually when I trade motorcycle chips, I tape the corners of the envelope, but I'll tape it up so that it doesn't rip and destroy that. And then you'll also get the new sticker with the new channel name. But I have quite a few, and I felt so bad. And you know, there's probably 40 plus cards out there that we were doing for Christmas. I was going to put, hey, look at this, Christmas in the summertime. But I was like, you know what, I'm just going to send them. Hope everybody understands why. Yeah, me too, Carlos. It's yeah, that's how my friends were that were over in the UK. They'd be going to bed and I'd just be getting up, and vice versa. Um, well, the one thing with the radiation on the brain was developing dementia. She weathered the first rounds for the lung like Mike Tyson. She kicked ass. She didn't skip a beat. Do you need me to stay home and drive you? Nope, I got it. I'd come home, dinner's made. She'd be sitting out here having, you know, a glass of wine or soda or water or juice, watching TV and putzing on her phone. And she was worried she wasn't going to get her hair back. Her hair started coming back, which she's a redhead, but her hair came back like this. It came back dark. Well, darker than mine, and I'm not taking my hat off, so I'm like Bob Steen. You're not going to see what's under there. They gave her medication to combat that, and she was doing well. But this go around with the pancreatitis causing her so much debilitating pain that she can barely move has really caused me a lot of concern. I reamed her two nurses a gaping asshole for the stuff they did and didn't do. I mean, they infuriated me. And between the morphine and the oxy and this and that, she'll say something, and I'm like, what are you talking about? What glass? I'm in the hospital. There's no glass here, you know. So now I'm getting worried, you know, of what might happen. So, you know, that was kind of what lit the fire to jump back on a live stream and sidetrack myself, because I try to go to bed. You know, I'll play Call of Duty or Modern Warfare, and then go to bed about 11:30. The next thing I know, up at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, I've got, my feet are cramping, my calves are cramping, hot shower running down the back of my legs, go to sleep, get up, go to the bathroom. So sleep is a luxury I haven't had either. So just sitting here BSing is worth its weight in gold. What? Anyway, Melvin, you know, I'm glad you guys are working out. Don't send money until you say I do and she's next to you. He crashed. Do you mean like for me, like a diabetic crash where I'm just blacking out, or a physical crash? Oh, okay, I see it now. I read on. Fell again last night, rushed to the ER. Yeah, FDA sucks. Her and another problem that we had was she has Cigna for her insurance, and her doctor, her oncologist, wanted a PET scan. they wouldn't approve it. I said, you know, there's a little HIPAA thing that you can tell them you want the records and the certifications of the person that's denying your claim. And 9 times out of 10, when you pull that ACE card, you get whatever you need. Very rarely will they fight that, because usually the person that's telling you no is somebody like me, just sitting on the phone taking phone calls and looking at the script going, oh, well, the eligibility, no, you don't fall in there, sorry. Bullshit. Had they done that, this would have been caught even earlier. I'm going to show you something crazy. You know, you talk about brain radiation. Now, I made light of it because that's just the asshole I am. I said, all I could think of was like Hellraiser or Saw. I was going to make a mask out of this. This is a mold of her face and head with the trigger or the target areas for the radiation. See these holes? When they put this on, they bolt your head to the table so you can't move. Can you imagine that? And if you're claustrophobic, God help the tech. Twice she's had these. The other one's in the other room. But yeah, you know, and it's funny that what's this? This is a soft mesh that when they do the brain radiation, these are the targets that they're going to put the radiation through. But you can't move, so they actually screw this frame to the table so that you can't move. Pretty scary. Alright, enough down, derogatory, gray, shitty, whatever stuff. So Melvin, when are you actually going to get to actually meet face to face? You know, and then to have to turn around and go get an MRI done or something in a tunnel too. I mean, I don't know how this woman does it. She did admit to me, 2 weeks ago, while I was at work, that she was going to end it. Can't really see, but she's got 2 grandkids in that picture. And my son, who I'd like to spin his head off his axis. He was married to a wonderful girl that I cherished as a daughter-in-law that whipped him into shape, because my boy had some issues, a lot of issues, but they were trying to have a baby, and for whatever reason, either she couldn't get pregnant, they do in vitro, they do test tube spinning and the whole 9 yards. She'd get pregnant and only carry it for a week, couple weeks. This last one, they thought they were through the woods, and she kept losing it. And I said, you know what? If you believe in a higher power, that higher power was saying you're not supposed to have children, at least not right now. I think that put a major strain on their marriage. So they, I think they were married maybe going on 2 years, split up. So now he met this other girl, and they've been together for a while. Lo and behold, I'm going to be a grandfather. So, of course, my girlfriend's tickle pink. I could care less. That just adds to my mortality, you know. Supposedly he's going to have a girl. It was supposed to be like December 20th, but they're taking it a week early. They're going to name her Madeline, but Maddie for short. So my girlfriend, they love elephants. Already bought her an elephant blanket. Can't wait to be a grandma. So that and those 2 grandkids up there are what stopped her from ending it all. And her and my son, I haven't talked to my son in however long. I only found out that, you know, they were having a baby through word of mouth. They've been talking nonstop, so that's giving her the fight to carry on. So whatever it takes. But That's good, Carlos. That's really good. Yeah, it's more than mental fortitude. I think she'd kick Mike Tyson's ass. You know, the mind, when the mind and body work in unison, it's powerful. Now, they keep saying that people that had like the flu in the end of the year, going into the year, possibly had COVID. Now, June 25th weekend, of course, I get the flu, type B, right on my ass. They do the swab. Yep. Of course, they weren't testing for COVID because nobody knew it. So I basically was bedridden, and I had to keep my distance from her because she was dealing with her stuff. 5 days. Really wasn't super bad. I was like listless, had no energy. And this is where the mind comes in. I was smoking. I was still smoking. And I came down January 30th in the afternoon. Went out front, lit the cigarette, smoked maybe half of it, and had to force myself to smoke it. Now, mind you, I quit cold turkey for 13 years, going back to mid 90s, somewhere in there. Wasn't until I moved north and went to work for a pharmaceutical company. Yeah, right. 2 o'clock in the morning, sitting out in a gazebo, BSing like this and smoking. I started again. So then I came back down later that night to get something to drink, try to get something to eat. 2 puffs, and it was horrible. It was like raw sewage to somebody's nose. That's how disgusting it was. And I've been thinking, because she couldn't quit unless I quit. And I hate that. Don't put something on me, because I have a switch. I can turn stuff off and on. So the next day, the 31st, come down in the morning, take one drag, and I'm instantly nauseous. Crumpled it up, threw it in the garbage. Walked in, I looked at the pack, and I was like, you know what? I'm done. I'm finished. I can't smoke. It's disgusting me. And I hadn't had a cigarette since July 31st, or June 31st. Yeah, January 31st. That was it. Gonna go meet her at Christmas hot. That's cool. I'm gonna call up 90 Day Fiance, and maybe they can film it so we can all watch it. No, go live, show us it, record it, upload it. We want to see what happens. This is Melvin's 90 day gonna meet my girl. So yeah, I quit, and it was funny because I was behind a pickup truck in my truck, and we were driving out of the industrial park. It was the end of the day. Guy in front of me got a cigarette, puts it out the window, and he has it hanging down, and we're like 2 car lengths. I can smell the cigarette, and I'm like, damn, that smells good. I want a cigarette. But I passed. And now with all this stuff going on, and the running, and the late nights, and all this other crap, I want a cigarette, or I want a cigar or something. But, you know, I figured at this stage of the game, it ain't worth the aggravation. And it's not worth when you go into your truck and you see empty cigarette cartons and think, well, that's $60 and 5 cigarette boxes right there. So that's where the neons came from. I wasn't smoking, so I had money to spend. And I have a girlfriend that's just as crazy about fish. Like I said, that's technically her tank. But God forbid she learns how to do a water change or learns how to feed fish. And I said, if I die tomorrow, you're going to have to figure this crap out, because I'm not leaving you a manual. Yeah, that sucks, Melvin. This whole COVID crap, you know, it definitely, I was essential, so I've worked right through it. Are those hawthorn berries high in sugar? Because I'm a type 2 diabetic. Not a good one. This is hers, but I've been hitting this bag. Cat's claw mixed with, yeah, echinacea. I know she uses that quite a bit. You're just a wealth of knowledge there, Carlos, my brother. I don't really have cravings. I mean, my mind is very powerful when I need it to be. And like I tell anybody that's trying to quit smoking, because like she tried, there's patches around here somewhere, there's gum, there's all kind of crap. Her daughter, same thing, trying to quit. And I said, and I've said it for years, if your mindset isn't there, I don't give a shit what you use, you're not going to quit. And if you do, it's going to be short term. You need full mind control. And that nausea I felt that afternoon, my mind, that trigger went off, that switch flipped, and I didn't have a want anymore. And that, you know, it's just when I smell one now and then, yeah, I think, yeah, I could have one. In the fire department now, I used to hang out with a guy. He wasn't a smoker, but we'd be sitting at the bar having a beer or two. Yo, bro, you got a cigarette? Yeah, here. Like, you don't smoke? He's like, yeah, you know, a couple beers every now and then. I like to smoke. He would smoke one cigarette and then not smoke for months. And then, you know, we'd be at a parade or something, like, yeah, here you go. But I know me. If I light one up, I'm going back. And I thought about like getting Tipperillos because I would just chew on them. But why waste the money? Just stick to my guns and keep running with it. There you go. Get her hooked now. Oh, and speaking of which, I got a Facebook message from you and 2 or 3 other people about this, share this video. Did you send that out, by the way? Asking Melvin. Huh. I don't have urinary tract infections. Thank God. Was it the shrimp vid with somebody's name attached? It was like Carlos said, it was a shrimp video with some name on it. Let me see. Because I got it from somebody. And then I got it from you. And I was like, I said, something's odd, because usually when I get it from somebody, like you send me messages all the time, Melvin, so, you know, I never even give it a second thought. But when I got it from whoever sent it to me, it's rare. And a lot of times I've had people in the past send me stuff like that. Shit. And it's usually a virus. Okay, so, and you sent that to me, right? I hate when I have to remember passwords. At any rate. Alright, because I wasn't sure, because I got it from you, and I got it from somebody else, and then I got another one, and normally when I see stuff pop through like that quick, somebody's spreading the virus. And I usually don't watch them, so that's what made me think to ask you if you sent it. So the other one was So Soup. You said, I got mine from Mark and Susan. Maybe that's who I got it from. Guava leaves, no problem. It's called sour sop leaves. I know my girlfriend does a lot of research on that stuff when she was initially battling the first round of cancer. I've got it, because it said you sent it to me. So, but if you didn't send it to me and I got it, I would stop spreading it because it's got a virus attached. Somebody went into your contact list and started sending it. Because I did get one from you, I remember that much. Okay, but I sent it to you. All right, no biggie. Are the best for aquariums. Wait a minute, Carlos. Are you trying to heal me or help my fish? I actually have one almond leaf in my shrimp tank. So you would say those are better than the Indian almond leaves or catappa leaves? Now I've seen people actually use cinnamon in their aquariums and I'm thinking, you're crazy. I know the catappa leaves, the mulberries, and a couple other ones I've heard people mention. Only time I use bay leaves is when I'm using Old Bay and I'm cooking lobster or shrimp. That was my thinking because cinnamon is kind of acidic. I remember back when these idiots were doing that cinnamon challenge about my ex-girlfriend's son did it and I was like, you're just stupid. It was a teaspoon that you couldn't swallow, a teaspoon or something. But as soon as you closed your mouth around it and it like kind of puffed internally and coated everything, you were lucky you could breathe. Yeah. I had to use Panicure C because my little tank out there that had shrimp in it had 5 years into this new startup of aquariums, and I'm getting stuff that I've never had 20 years ago. I had planaria out there. I had a couple detritus, which I didn't care about. But then all of a sudden, the planaria started and pretty much wiped the tank out. Because at first I didn't see them. But I used the Panicure C and pretty much eradicated them in 3 days. But my girlfriend had read in the UK, they're using Panicure C dewormer to combat the cancers. And I'm like, no, you're not taking that here. So I had to hide the packet so she wouldn't try it. Yeah. Now for me, I just dosed it, mixed it up in some tank water and then poured it into the tank. And within 3 days, the planaria were gone. But I have to give credit to Rob from Flip Aquatics for that one. So let's see, Melvin is going to do his 20 high, which will be a success. He's going to see his girlfriend, possibly around the holidays. That's going to be a win-win. And then she's going to come to America. Melvin and her are going to have several fish tanks. a lot of baby fish. Then he'll be telling us in a live stream that they're getting married. And then he'll be doing a live stream saying he's taking some time off from YouTube again because he's going to be a dad. Betel nut extract and powder form 2. Best for most parasites. And to grow the tree, it's legal at the moment in the US, but requires tropical weather to survive. The hell is a baby challenge? Yeah, it sucks because there ain't nothing tropical where I'm at, except my upstairs. It's like living in the tropics. But around here, it's hot as hell one day. Causes all my lettuce to bolt and go to seed, so I can't use it. And before I know it, I'll be knee deep in snow. Well, that's good to know. Now, CDPK, you've got so much in just those couple, comment posts to do, a video about treating using this, treating using that. Should get you live on here one day, and we'll promote it, and we'll go over introducing you to people and having you do some videos and get that fire relit in you. What the hell is it? All the way home, it felt like something was sticking me in my collarbone. It's been driving me nuts. If you don't experiment, you don't succeed, right? I definitely got to set my other computer up. Yeah, I've been kind of reading, watching videos. I always feel bad though when I look at somebody's, because I'll get the pop-up that, like Kasha today, Creative Pets, had done a video, 15%, did a video tour of her, or a video live stream, of her fish room. Big Tank Hanks live stream. Like, a lot of them I'll jump in, I'll say hi, and then maybe converse for a little bit. But usually I'll watch a lot of videos if I'm researching something, or something pops up and it catches my eye. I always feel guilty like not commenting, especially like with Jamaican Fish Keeping Raleigh. I've been watching a lot of his stuff, and usually I'll put a like up there, but like he did one about some Jamaica food that he was making. I'm like, man, I said, no, you need to make me some Jamaican meat pies, then we be brothers. So you got a kick out of that. Sodium thiosulfate. I used to use that all the time when I worked for Beech Nut, making baby food. That's how I purified and got the pH samples and stuff ready. Had I known what it was back then, I'd had a nice bottle. I wouldn't have to use prime. But actually I switched. I use ACCR now, powder. Lasts me forever. Rob, yeah, we are planning to get married in 2021 after the thing is over. We're getting married there in the Philippines, and later we are going to do a big celebration when she comes to the Americas. So now, with that being said, will that be legal here in the States, or are you going to have to get married again? Because I remember that one dude there from 90 Day Fiance, he got married over in the jungles there, and I don't know if they were in the outskirts of the Philippines or somewhere out there, but they were supposedly had to get married here too because it's not recognized. Yeah, it's amazing. Melvin is amazing. Like I said earlier, I remember when he first kind of came into the fish fam. Yeah, I think so too. So the squeeze, the reaction is it going to come out blue water or pink water? But yeah, I remember when he first came to the scene. Like, I remember when Susan first came, she was talking about she was shy and you know, wasn't sure, and I kept saying, just get in front of the camera and be yourself, just talk, and boom. I've watched so many of these little channels that have asked, you know, what do I need to do? How do I do it? I'm like, just have fun with it. Be you. That's what people want. They don't want this polished, prim, you know. Well, according to the Aquarium Dictionary, you cannot have more than 5 fish in a 100-gallon tank because 1 inch per gallon. You know, you don't want somebody like that. You want somebody who's real. No editing, be you. Yo, what's up? Now, Melvin, this is Keith. This is KJE Aquatics. This is the one I told you to check about getting plants. But yep, everybody, that's Keith from KJE Aquatics. Plants, wood, killifish, meds, water treatments, your one-stop shop. Check out KG Aquatics. Look them up on Facebook. $8.50 shipping, unless it's heavy. But, you know, Melvin, Carlos kind of touched on it. But I remember when you first came on, you know, and you really, you know, you would chit-chat in a stream. And I think we talked a couple times about live streaming. And then, you know, you came on, started live streaming once here, once there. And the shit was funny. Then you started doing more and more. You got your schedule rolling. And then you were doing your damn outtakes, which you're really just busting on all of us. Where you were, you know, pretending to be me and you were pretending to be whoever it was at the time, you know. And then, you know, unfortunately with your grandmother's passing, you know, that took some wind out of your sails. Did the name change, you came back, started running it again, you know, and it's amazing to see. Actually, it's amazing to see how all you guys have grown, you know. Like I said, I was with the Fish Fam before it was named the Fish Fam. We're going on 5 years, and there was only a handful of us. But I was never one to step out there and, you know, kind of say, oh, I'm a Fish Fam guy. Look at me. Hey, I'm over here. You know, I keep it real. You know, if I get subscribers, great. You know, I wanted to be at 1,000 already, so I didn't have to use CameraFi to live stream via YouTube, but it is what it is. I'm gonna have fun. Now, my channel started as Racing 1278 back in the day. It was motorcycle rallies, it was motorcycles, it was cell phone reviews, electronic reviews, and then it went into fish and stuff like that. And then it's funny, I did 2 videos on a tent that I got for the motorcycle rally that I usually do in June, which they actually just canceled for this year. And it's got like 60,000 views or something. Blew my mind. A tent video, and one done as a follow-up in the rain to prove my point of my first video. But my fish videos, you know, I'll get 30, 60, 100, depending on what it is. So, you know, if I get to 1,000 subs, you know, so be it. If not, is what it is. That's right, bro. We're old school. And it's funny, my bro there, Dave Betancourt from Florida, has was acknowledged for creating the term fish fan. But anytime I entered the room, I always said, "What's up, fish fan?" Who cares? We are what we are. Chaz. Oh my God. You know, I happened to go through my phone and I was looking at some bookmarks and I came up on his map where he had all of us on the map. We could add ourselves so people knew where we were. And I thought about him and I hadn't seen him in a while and somebody had brought it up in conversation. Do you remember when Chaz did the stupid eating duckweed challenge? That was disgusting. Let me see if, because my phone is going to die. I'm having too much fun for this to end. That's too short. Oh my God, a million different. I might as well open one. While I do this though, definitely Melvin, anybody else, you know, go look up KJ Aquatics on Facebook and you'll see his plant list and his med lists and all that other stuff. And if you go back and look through some of my videos, you'll actually see some of his plants. But I'm also spoiled because this might work. I think I can see what I'm doing. Hold on one second. I gotta take you out of this holder. It's the first time that you guys have actually seen me not holding my phone like this. Oh shit. I forgot when she ordered all these stupid charging cords there, she switched to an iPhone. And somehow all my, there we go, all my charging cords disappeared. All right, now we're cooking with gas. Sorry if I'm making you sick. I got this cool little stand. Screws to the table. This springs open to hold different phones, and you can bend this and move it any way you want. And the plug actually fits through the little feet. Oh, did I lose you? No. All right, hold on one sec. Alright, can't believe how warm it still is. Alright, dude, is this charging? It says it is. Charles Lee? Is that who you're referring to? Yeah, Kyle kind of disappeared, came back, and then disappeared again. Yeah, Kyle's wild. Now, it was 2 years ago, I actually ran into Charles by the Fish Fan booth in Jersey. And I think I've seen, like, maybe in that time frame to date, I think I may have seen like one video. But I think, you know, a lot of people just got tired of running this ridiculous rat race that's, you know, YouTube. You know, and I got thinking about, like, my channel, and which is why I changed the name, because, you know, racing was more geared towards the motorcycles and things like that. And I actually had I wasn't Sean, it was somebody else from vidIQ review my channel, and they kind of had, you know, perplexed and didn't know there was a niche. So at first he's like, well, he's doing something with fish and this and that, and, you know, this isn't too bad, his thumbnail's this and this and this, but, you know, is there really a niche for it? So that, like, invalidated anything he said, because he doesn't realize just how big of a following there is in the fish hobby. So I didn't take that to heart. Yeah, I mean, it was Sean from Fish Tropics in a few weeks. Who else was it? Fish Nerd. He actually, Carlos Fish Nerd, he actually just did a video not too long ago. Big Easy kind of like went off into his own direction and does just whatever videos he live streams or whatever he wants at any given time. Island Queen, yeah, she was short-lived, kind of here and went, you know. And then, like, Susan, when I saw she was kind of like stepping back and taking down tanks, I was like, I don't feel so bad. I'm not alone. Not that I'm taking my tanks down. So true, Carlos, that, you know, like, in a lot of the fish forums on Facebook, somebody will ask a question and I'll help, and, you know, I'll get a PM. It's like, oh, I hope you don't mind if I PM you, but I have a question, or, you know, if you have a minute, can we talk about this? Yeah. Like, I really appreciate it. You know, some people just give me an attitude or this and that, and I'm like, then, you know, they're not in this for the right reason. And I would say my success is your success. And I actually had a guy in one of Corey's streams, oh man, probably a 3-year span, and he'd asked me a question about, or he asked a question in the chat, and you know how on aquarium co-ops the chats fly, something about his bristle nose and breeding. And I said, you know, drop the temperature a couple degrees, feed some live food, bloodworm, stuff like that, play a little Barry Manilow, and you'd be all right. And it was probably 2 or 3 years later, because I was only, you know, every couple weeks I would jump on and mod for Corey, and the guy's like, yo, Rob, you remember me? And he says, I'm so-and-so. And I'm looking, I'm like, who in the hell is this guy? What did I do? What did I say? I didn't piss him off, did I? And then it clicked. I'm like, weren't you the guy who asked about breeding your bristlenose here and nobody answered you? He's like, exactly. He says, man, I can't thank you enough. I've got a whole ton of fry and juvies and adults now based on the info you gave, and that you stopped and took the time to help. And, you know, I get that all the time where people will message me, and, you know, I'll say whatever, you know, and if I can't answer them, here's somebody you can talk to, or here's a link, this will give you your information, you know, pick and choose what you need. So, you know, and that's what us core people are. We knew what the Fish Fam was about. Captain Spicy. I don't remember him. Yeah, Dwayne. I love Dwayne. Yeah, people come and go, but not forgotten. I kind of laughed because I was in a couple rooms and people forgot who I was until I started talking, and some of the things that I said, you know, jogged their memory. But I know Dwayne. Um, I've seen him do like on a weekend a live stream, but usually I'm doing something, I can't watch it. But it's kind of funny that Father Fish comes on the scene and he reminds you of Kitchell. And I didn't even know he was around. I got a message on a video, and he's like, we're a lot in common. He says, you like the natural fish tanks and doing things naturally. I'm like, yeah. So I checked out his channel and I went through a couple of his videos, and before I replied, and I said, oh yeah. I said, we're a lot alike. I said, try to use something natural versus something man-made. Try to achieve this look. So then I was kind of shocked when they took him to the hospital. But, thank God he's okay. Yeah, Bam Aquatics. He was the only other one that I did a live stream with in the last 3 years. Because I think I did his first. Then I did Susan's. And then he disappeared. He's a friend of mine on Facebook, and I know he was doing some stuff and taking care of stuff, and then I stopped seeing him on Facebook. And just recently, between him and Susan, they've been going back and forth, posting some scriptures and stuff, and he's been talking about things. So he's back, but I don't think he's come back in to doing videos yet, and if they are, they're sporadic or I haven't seen them. An old fish guy, Don. He's every Sunday morning he does a church live stream on Facebook. AMA Aquatics, I remember him. Wow. Now that you bring up these names and you think, has the new blood, now this I've seen happen outside of YouTube, where young bloods have come in and destroyed something. There was a motorcycle club that I would go with my girlfriend, knew the president and a bunch of people in it, and we go over to their clubhouse that's here on the other side of town, have a couple drinks, shoot the shit if they were doing a party just to show support. Young bloods came in, and I've been here 4 years, 5, 6. So within 5 years, the young bloods have killed that MC. They've disbanded. They're gone. Solid gold. Oh yeah. Somebody else, Don, what was his? I just saw him last week. New York Gold. But I'm wondering if like Simply Better, she stepped back a little bit because she just had a baby. Kasha Creative Pets, she had some moves going on, and then some job stuff, so I could see them stepping back. Corey, he's got a business, and I think a lot of the new people don't put two and two together. He's definitely in it to help all of us, but he's also in it to make money. He's also in it to promote his business, and you can disguise that as, just a genuine live stream, but no. The underlying theme there is, I'll mention product. I sell that product. You can get that product. Hey, we're going to have a sales code this week, So, yeah, Aquarium Cop. He was one of the people that kind of was hovering in the back of my head about doing a live stream, and the sitting in my truck videos. And like I said, I can't remember who the other person was because they were just talking to me. And it's like, you know, I enjoy your videos because you just talk. You're real. He says, and I miss that. Very true. I mean, even Jinxie, Rachel O'Leary. But she did just put out a video saying that there was some stuff going on in her personal life that has kept her from doing a lot of videos. And I said, yeah, I feel you. And I told her, you know, what was going on. And she was like, well, you know, I'm praying for you both. So, and I met her. She's nice. Now I see like Joey kind of stepped back, and then there was that thing with him and that young kid and some stuff that he was saying, and people were coming out against him. And then I just saw some gallery stuff, and I met Joey and hung out with him for a little while, and joking with him. At times, yeah, he does come across as an asshole. But I'm pretty good at reading people when I meet them, and he's not that bad of a guy. He does have the asshole gene, and when I see his gallery, I'm thinking, you kind of milked this into success for your own personal well-being. But you know, that's the cynical side of me. But the human side of me is like, he's found his niche. You know, you either love him or hate him, you know, so it is what it is. True. Very true, Carlos. So I don't like Corey. I did when I started watching his stuff in the beginning. What turned me off when he said that small channels that use them phones is not real. Yeah, he put in a lot of hours at the aquatic experience. He is approachable, but to read him, he is a businessman. And he's a slick businessman. And I've willfully given him my dollars. Not ashamed to say I haven't. He's taken care of me, good deals, you know. He's taken care of all of us. Much more than my local guys. But I don't lose sight that I know he's a businessman, and his live streams are basically an infomercial. But I think when we did the Team Green thing, he came in and we were discussing stuff. Actually, it was Saturday night after the aquatic experience. Me and JH, Joseph Harding, and Rack were sitting at the bar and talking, and Rack was talking about some of the information that more shit on the floor. Some of the information that he gave him about growing your channel. Now, Joseph, like us, is a realist. And he's like, well, I don't agree with everything. And Rack's like, but you know, this is the key to success. So you could see the difference in, you know, this is the gospel, this is the word, where this is like, I'll take what I need, but I'll put my own spin on it and make it mine. Oh yeah, I remember there were many times that came up in conversation about small channels, and I think I even did a video a couple of years ago about, and I think somebody even brought it up, which is what prompted my what Racing's Natural Aquarium thinks thing about, if it wasn't for small channels, you big channels wouldn't exist because there'd be nobody here to watch your stuff, and that It doesn't matter if you're big or small. We need each other. We need to support each other. And I think, which was kind of funny because I think it kind of irritates me, was at the Aquatic Experience. Now, there was our group, the same people that were always on the live stream and always in the chat, you know, and they created the fish tube. And at the end of the fish tube area, it was kind of like being in high school, the jocks and the regulars, I guess. They had the camera set up for live streaming. And to me, it was like only the in people were the ones that were actually able to sit there and live stream, which helped their channels out exponentially. Now, like I like Jason from Primetime Aquatics. Him and his wife, they're back there doing live streams. Corey, Kasia, Simply Betta, and a bunch of them. And then, like, you had Priscilla was on the other side selling or giving away posters and things like that. And then a bunch of us, like Bob was standing there with Mike, Mike's Fish Room, Mike Skurnick, and a few other people. And actually, Mike, I think that's when Mike and Joey almost got into it, because Joey come there and supposedly was starting shit. But that kind of all chilled out and went away. But it just seemed like the smaller channels were out here and the cool kids were right here. Yeah, now that you mention it, I don't know. What happened to her? Like the Turtle Girl, I remember when she first started, and you know, she did some videos every couple days, couple weeks, and I just saw a thing. She's, good God, she's got to be over 1,000 subscribers now or something, if not more. I mean, her, maybe it's 100,000. I don't know, but I know she did a video about that, and you know, she climbed. But I think a lot of it has to do with your alignment. Now, with our channels, we were supposed to be able to get into the Aquatic Experience for free. And Rob had said, you know, send me your info so that we can get everybody set up. And then all of a sudden, I wasn't able to get in. And then I was like, well, I was talking to the people from Aquatic Experience, and I said, you know, Rob said he was going to put me on the list and blah, blah, and they were going to blow me off, and then like, well, we'll give you a press pass and then you can go in. And I was like, I was feeling really disheartened with the whole Fish Fam stuff. And then somewhere along the line, Rob finally saw my message or something, and things were straightened out, and I was able to go. But it did kind of leave a bad taste. Always been knowledge is unique, like every tank we keep. None in chemistry is the same, never, just like in nature. No truer words have been spoken, my brother. Now, with what you had said about pushed away or taken the wrong way and things like that, the late Dave's nano tank brought the Fish Fam together, freshwater and salt family together as one. Yeah, well, the problem with the Aquatic Experience, and I think that's probably why they pulled out. Now, when this first started, they signed for 5 years in Secaucus to do that. And I noticed going up to a lot of the vendors, which actually I got some cool stuff from Dr. Tim's, and it reminds me of the grinders for spices and stuff for your salads and your meats. I'm gonna do that video because they gave me some stuff when I was there. I still ain't used it. It's in the bag. But the Aquatic Experience is actually a vendor show. It wasn't supposed to be a community and hobbyist show, which most of them did not come prepared. They didn't give stuff away. They didn't have stuff. They had marketing material, so you would buy their product and sell it in your store. And the sad thing was, on my video from the Aquatic Experience, I show you a table from JBL with several bettas in these tanks that had these like, look like gems, like clear rock, shiny. They left them all on a table in plastic bag, individual plastic bags across the table. I didn't know it. And Fish Hut in Saddlebrook, New Jersey, got stuck. Well, I won't say stuck. They rescued 100 bettas from that table and put them in their store, and were giving them away to anybody that wanted to come to the store and get them. That is messed up. Now, Hikari, they were doing a ball pitch. Donation of $1 or $2, and one ball or one shot glass had a betta sticker, one didn't. If you got a ball in that one, you won one of the bettas, and they gave you a fish bowl, which was a small bowl, and rock, everything to basically start it. I'm not one that agrees with keeping them in small bowls. It can be done, to each their own. And, you know, they made sure all their bettas were gone. Guy had a bunch of discus. He was selling $10 a pop. And John's wife from KG Tropical, Lisa, she went and got a bunch, and they actually gave her a bag full of them towards the very end. Driftwood out the door, free, everything going. But they didn't have stuff. Very few had samples of food or whatnot, like Ocean Nutritious. Guy was awesome. He was a fellow biker. We talked for 45 minutes. He gave me some flyers. He gave me some sample foods. We talked about different foods and water clarity and things like that. The majority of those folks that came were just pushing their product to sell in the store. So when people found out through the Fish Fam that they were doing this in Jersey, and a lot of people from Jersey, New York City, and the surrounding areas within driving distance came. Oh shit, what do we do? I had a couple of the sales reps staying in the building the hotel I was at, down across the street. So I think the event managers didn't take that into consideration, that it would be as big, if not as big, as Chicago. And I still don't know why they pulled the plug on it. And of course, we were dealing with cancer last year, so I couldn't go last year. And I was looking forward to going this year, and then, hey, we canceled. It is what it is. It creates loss. I learned that in the music industry. Sponsor to cover the cost of the venue. Because in most events, if you don't have sponsors to cover the cost of the venue. Yeah, I mean, they were charging so much per square foot. Like when I was talking with Dustin from Dustin's Fish Tanks, you know, having to pay for the spot. Talking to my local fish guy that was there. He was on the left side if you walked in where they were doing the aquascaping contest. He had a small booth, you know, and they charge for those booths, but it's an expedition. It's an exposition center. So, you know, they're making money from people walking in the door plus the vendors. So it's hard to say, you know, what the problem was. But if these events had more fish conservation groups in it, would make it more popular. Yeah, I think if they geared it to a fish show, like, I don't know how many of you guys, like for me growing up, and they still do it today, it's not as good as it was, at our local college, they did the Rockland County Hunting and Fishing Expo. It was vendors from fish lure manufacturers, boat manufacturer, hunting resorts, rifles, archery, you name it. They were in this gymnasium, this track area. And it was set up and run to benefit us, the consumer. And it was a lot of the stores that sold tackle and sold hunting gear that were there. And hey, show prices. Some of them I knew, nothing show price about them. They were ripping people off. And these are neighbors, you know, so the word got around quick. But those shows, now they used to do one right here where I'm at now in the government offices, Albany, the Egg and the Empire thing. They did one there. It was the same thing. I don't know if they still do it though, but I really think, like, I've been to so many different type of events. The Hunting and Fishing Expo, Easy Rider Rodeo, motorcycle rally, auctions, things like that. Their common theme for success was promoting to you, the customer. Oh, you know, we make this wonderful candy. Here, take some, enjoy. If you want to buy some, you can go right over there to the booth and we have a great price on it. Now at our motorcycle rally, motorcycle party event, whatever you want to call it, you have beer vendors. You're going to buy that anyway. You don't need somebody to twist your arm. We have people that sell t-shirts, leather goods, beef jerky. You want alligator, you want camel, anything that leaves pisses and shits, they have a jerky for it. So they're selling to you, the consumer, and because the environment is electrifying and conducive to that thing that gives you your rush, your thrill, your happiness, is how you win. If the aquatic experience, like Aquashella, is like off the charts. Hey Joe, I think, you know, Aquashella became as big and crazy, but I think it detracts from like an aquatic experience. I mean, it definitely looks like a good time. People, you know, rant and rave about it, but I don't need a concert to go see fish. If I want a concert, I'm going to go see a concert. And I've seen some good concerts. I actually got to see Ozzy here 2 years ago, which was cool before he got sick. But Aquashella, if they did that in Jersey, I'd drive down there. No problem. Yeah. Another thing I haven't seen in the fish groups, not promoting like trips and cleaning trash from rivers. Very true. The only thing that I've seen promotion is Project Pebita, which is where a lot of the neons and cardinals come from. They are trying to take care of the water, save the fish so that they're not over harvested. But that's over, you know, overseas. That doesn't do us any good here. It was started by a Corey G12. Yeah, I mean, there were some there that did talk about things, and it was the first time, even when it was in Chicago, that something like project PBTA had come about, and there was one other one. It was reef restoration. So that way both salt and fresh were, what's the word I'm looking for, were presented in there. And Rob had asked people to do videos, which people did, and he kind of pieced them together for bringing light to that. Now, like with Keith, which I don't know if he's still here or not, he does and sells a lot of fish from the cares, which you can look that up online, saving fish from becoming extinct or over harvest. Now I'm spoiled because I know Keith. He literally lives a half an hour from me. So, not smoking leaves cash in my pocket. My plant fix dealer and meds and all that other good stuff is a half hour away. So I make it a point not to travel in that direction. But I just purchased, I think, $100 worth of plants from him here a couple months ago. Java mats. They take like coconut, and there's like, I don't know, 2, 4, 6, probably like 12, give or take, Java ferns grown in this mat for like $13 or something like that. So I stuffed it in the back of my nano tank, and then I got a polysperm, which is actually starting to grow out of the tank. He gave me a pothos plant, which is doing well. Some swords, some crypts. So he's definitely taking care of me in that aspect. True. Yeah. You know, it's funny when I am in some of the Facebook page groups and people say, you know, something about water, and, well, I use mine to water the plants. Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know you could do that. You know, taken for granted, you know, us in this world know a lot more than the people not in this world. Like I had said, somebody was like, you can use fish tank water? Now, I don't know, I don't think I would use it for like my tomato or my vegetable plants, because we dose, like if there's an illness, we'll dose meds. So I don't want that in my food. Even if I was doing like my 55 done naturally, when I wasn't using ferts, and it was just fish poop and fish pee, I still wouldn't put that in my garden. But like somebody in the group said, well, you know, well, why would I take my fish tank water and put it in there? I said, when you go to Walmart, Lowe's, Home Depot, your home improvement store, the plant aisle in your grocery store, coconut carbon will remove meds. Very true. Carbon in general will remove meds. I said, read the label. It'll say fish emulsions. I wasn't going to get too much into it, but sometimes it's ground up fish. From whatever. They grind the fish up and as part of the fertilizer. Other stuff is exactly that. You know, it's fish water with fish poop and fish crap in it. I said, so yeah, start watering your plants with your water instead of wasting it, and watch how well your plants grow. So, you know, a lot of times they're like, I didn't know that. I really appreciate it. You know, because some people say, well, I want to use rainwater. That's all well and good too. But if you live in a crappy area that's got polluted air, you're taking polluted rainwater and dumping in your controlled tank, you know. I just, I have a hard time with people arguing with me, you're giving misinformation. How do you know? Have you tried it? No? Then I don't want to be an ass, but I don't want to hear from you. I'm not going to tell anybody in any chat room, any live stream, they can and can't do something. Because out of the 8 tanks that are running here right at this minute, and a bunch of empty ones, each tank has its own ecosystem, its own set of parameters. And people are like, well, how's that possible? That tank has driftwood. What does driftwood do? Lowers the pH. That tank Black diamond sand, not your normal run-of-the-mill substrate. Great for planting, plants do well, but it's inert. You have to add the ferts to it. This tank, part gravel, part sand, root tabs, liquid ferts, it grows. Yep. Yep. Now, you bring up a good point about fish foods. I don't have any right here by me, but I do have something to prove my point, which Keith from KJ Tropicals brought that up. Something I never think about. Now, if you go to your bottle of fertilizer or your root tabs, it has a guaranteed analysis on it. My local fish guy thinks his fertilizer is what your plants need. Problem is, there is no guaranteed analysis on any of his private line food or fertilizers. Not one. You can get in a lot of trouble for that. Now, here is, Zoomed's Spirulina 20, which I got from Keith because I got tired of buying the little ones when, the price of this. I've had this for 4 months now, and it's right to there. And I feed it. But it gives you a crude analysis. It gives you crude protein, fat, fiber, and moisture so that you're not gut loading your fish or your invertebrates with bad stuff. And like you said, soybean, all these things that are not natural to a fish's diet. It's like us. We're meant to eat grass and leaves and vegetables and stuff naturally. We're not meant to eat processed candy or Wendy's cheeseburgers, which is what my dinner was. Things like that. You want to give your fish the best. But he sells his stuff, and I actually have some of the algae wafers. Little green bag with his store thing logo and that, and some ingredients. But you have no idea how much is quality ingredients and how much is just filler and crap. Exactly, an MSDS sheet, which when people talk about CChem Excel, oh, I use it, I love it. You stick your hands in your tank after you dose it. I got a bad habit. I do something and like tomorrow, weekend, I will dose everything, and then I'll probably jump on PlayStation and play some Modern Warfare or something, go listen to some music while I cut the grass, clean off, and then I'm sticking my hands in the tank to do something. Glute's a nasty, nasty chemical. And they're like, well, my plants melt. It's because you're putting in an algicide at full strength, and your plants are sensitive to it. So I tell them, and at one point I had the link. I said, this link will take you to the material safety data sheet of that product, and it will tell you it's used in everything from embalming fluid to algicide. And it tells you how nasty it is, and if you get it on your skin, what you need to do to neutralize it. And you're putting this in your tank. And the longer I've been in the hobby, the more that I've read, the more I hear people's opinion about how CChem is bottling poison and giving it to you to put in your tank. Like omega-1 I like. But I did notice that it causes cloudiness in that 55-gallon tank. Like when I feed them the omega-1 color flakes or just the regular fortified. I do notice that it does cost some oil. Like this is another one that I actually like, except only that's not what's in there. That is North Finn's community pellet food. I have a 5-pound bag up there on the shelf. I gave somebody, they were given plants, they wanted somebody to rescue their Dumbo ear betta, and they were giving away a bunch of plants. I'm like, I'll take them. I met them locally. I'm like, here, you can have this. So what is it? I said, it's not what's on the label. I said, it's high quality fish food from North Lake. You can look it up. They're like, oh, well, geez, thanks very much. I still haven't even put a hurting on that bag. And it's good food, but the problem for me is it drops so fast. You know, I like something that settles slow. So I use the Cobalt Tropical Ultra Pellets, and it's a slow, almost looks the same, but it's a slow sinking pellet, so everybody gets it from top to bottom, and the fish love it. But this container, I think, and I always get something for Amazon. Somehow I get $5, $10, whatever, and I just throw it into my Amazon account. I think this is normally $20, give or take. I think the tall one is like $40, but I've been trying to buy the bigger ones so they last longer, and I have a nice variety of foods to feed all the fish at any given time. But yeah, when you read, like, I mean, like, I used to think Tetra food was garbage until I started feeding it and started reading it and doing research. Like the crisps, my fish loved it. Their colors were fantastic. But I will say, in my opinion, and you can disagree, and I'm fine with that, Wardley's food is crap. Back in the day, I would feed that, and my tank would instantly cloud up. The fish were never very vibrant. One step above lethargic, you know. Wardley to me is garbage. Yep. And there you go. Now I just found out, and I got it as cheap as you did. I had gotten some cichlid food. Isn't it amazing how when we talk, I just keep pulling shit out to show you? I don't have any more. I used to go on to Ron Cichlid's streams. And it's funny how Facebook messes with algorithms that, like, if he was doing a live stream, I would get notification, or if somebody posted to one of the Ron Cichlid pages, I'd see it. I don't see anything anymore. But I ordered some food from him. Supposedly he's, you know, designed, engineered, had it made for him. Somebody else told me that his food is Ken's Fish Food rebranded. Got as cheap as I did. That's the kind of stuff that I don't care for. If your product is good, and like Cobalt, when I sent them an email unsolicited saying, you know, I started feeding my fish this, I noticed the colors were better, stronger, I noticed the activity had amped up, my water's clear, whatever it was, and they're like, well, we really, and that was when they were fairly new. Well, we really appreciate the, you know, the great words, you know, thank you for, you know, using the product. As a matter of fact, you know, here's 30% off code, use it, you know, when you buy your next thing. Of course, I never used it because I forgot about it. But, you know, a lot of times these, now like Ken's Fish Food, a lot of people ranted and raved about it. My fish liked it. They weren't, and like Ron Cichlid Food, they weren't crazy about it. They did eat it. It took a little while to get my cichlids turned on to it. The younger ones, of course, as with anything, the young ones will eat anything. They did. But for the money, it wasn't worth it to continue. So I hooked up with Keith, and I got like 2 of these. I got the big bucket of Northfin because he became Northfin. I used to go through Jay because you got the points, and then all of a sudden they changed something, and then I couldn't get into the account. I sent an email. I sent 2 emails, and I never got word back. So I just stopped ordering, and I was like, you know, the points are there. It is what it is. And I like Jay. I met Jay in Jersey too, and we hung out. So I didn't want to bring it up in his live streams or anything like that because it's not the time or the place. So, you know, Keith has it locally. So for the $100 I spent, I got 2 of these. I got the big bucket. I got krill. I got a big bag of algae wafers. I got ACCR, which is like 1 teaspoon for 40 gallons during a water change, as opposed to using Prime or C-Chems products. I got some Doc Basso's food, nano food. That's some good stuff, and it can be expensive. Like my local fish guy brought it up to his shelves, gave away little packet samples, so I tried it. They had Ossei and some other stuff. Fish loved it. It was, for a bottle this size with a little spoon, it was almost $8 or $9. And then I noticed he said he was having a sale, and it was marked down to 6 and change. He sells that bottle for 6 and change, so he marked it up to mark it down. One of the biggest retail gimmicks that have been going on when I was in retail back in the 80s. So not only did I get all this stuff, I got a bunch of plants. So it was a win-win. Now, like this one's got a price tag, $11. You go to a store, you get the small one, it costs you $10. 10 or 12. Yep. Many things are out there. Another thing I noticed, you never seen a fruit and veggie based fish flake. And with right complete vitamin supplement for fish, that would be a game changer. True. That's why I look up the vitamins needed for fish health. Now, Dr. Basso's, go to the site and check it out. Actually, let me grab that. You guys talk amongst yourself. I'm doing all the talking here, and you guys aren't doing anything. Oh, I'm kidding. Oh, and I got bug crow too. That was pretty decent, and it's a great food. My plecos love it. So this is Doc Bassler's biofood. And he actually had a lot of pamphlets out on each different type of food. This is 60 grams or 2.3 ounces of medium food. So not being able to see it, you kind of have to rely on the picture. So that's what they call medium. So my nano fish, it's small enough that my nano fish will eat it. And it comes with the spoon. So this has actually got a registration number. It's registered food. Oh, you will be surprised. Hey KG, thanks for coming by. You'll be surprised. Most fish diseases by lack. Yeah, definitely. It's the same with humans. He's got the best product, Rob, if you look up the vitamin levels in it. You're talking about this stuff. So now he says regular food, regular. Shit, can't read it. High quality nutrients. Fish and fish derivatives, cereal, something or another. I wish I could read this, but the lighting sucks. Dehydration of vegetable origin, yeast, minerals. It's got a ton of stuff in it. And I know he calls it fodder, food, nutrition, and elimination. And he goes into a lot of detail with regard to his food. I wish I could see it, but the writing is so small and the lighting sucks at the moment, and my eyes are tired. But I know he has a fruit one. Can't remember what this one was called. Just says regular. But he definitely aquarium-something-or-other.com. But if you search him out, Dr. Bassler, Bassler, he's got a lot of information on his foods, and I noticed the nano, the dwarfed emerald red boars that I got from J&J's were small. They didn't have any coloration in them compared to the ones that I got locally. So I started feeding them that, and colors jumped right up, and their growth is actually caught up to the ones I already had in there. So Keith at KJE Aquatics there, he sells this for like $6.30, which is still 10 cents cheaper than my local fish store guy that I know personally marked down to sell at $6.49 or $6.50 or something like that. So, you know, to have a friendship in the store as well as outside the store, and to see you pulling stuff like that with a customer tells me a lot about you and your credibility. I think that's pretty awesome that KG dropped by. Yeah, it's a tiny scoop for tiny fish. I actually have, the funny thing is, for shrimp and using Bacter AE, their spoon is bigger than this. And doing a lot of research before I purchased it, people are like, you can't dose that much Bacter using that size spoon that's in there because it'll create havoc in your tank. So I take the end of a toothpick and dip it in and then put it into the tank. But now the funny thing is, I will take the Bassler food and the spoon and I'll drop a little bit, and then I'll take my wooden skewer and mix it so it drops down quick. My shrimp love it. They eat it too. And I noticed their colorations are coming up too for this. And it does say on the label about, invertebrates using it. So that's another plus. Same as not seeing flake food based on insect larvae and bugs or fish. Yeah, the big selling point was um, black soldier flies. I actually have Norfin's jar of Bug Pro over there, and uh, the the bags of the bug bites. You know, that's a big selling point. Now, like, they make it for plecos, but you know, I prefer to use Rapashi, which I hadn't. I hadn't used it in Christ a year or two. I finally made it, and not only did my plecos go crazy, my baby plecos went nuts, but my gouramis, my ocean blue guppies, and the neons just like all over it. So let's see. Doing great, which is good to hear. About to put out a video that might make PetSmart to make PetSmart look bad, but I'm sure there's a reason why these fish are being neglected like I saw. I'm wondering, I'll definitely watch. We were just talking about that a little while ago, because I worked for Petco when it first started. But those 60 plus neons in there, and the neons and cardinals in that tank are all from PetSmart. The ones over there, my one is that big, the size of my pinky. But all those ones in there, they're over 4 years old. The little guys here, as soon as I got them in this tank, they went from like super tiny in a week to actually getting their color and starting to grow out. So I definitely am interested in your video and what you're going to discuss. Yep, another good point. And you know, Carlos, you think about it, and a lot of people don't think. And I know Lisa from KG Tropicals had made mention to it, and I read some stuff as well. You know, even feeding your fish a high quality food, if you're overfeeding them, that makes them unhealthy. It's putting fat in their liver, and it's killing them. You know, it's like a puppy. Of course, a puppy's going to run up to you every time they see you. It doesn't mean they're hungry. When I walk up to my nano tank, they all go in the back and hide. I walk up to this tank like this, they all come like, where's my food? And I haven't fed them. This was their skip day. But yeah, overfeeding your fish isn't good either, whether you're feeding them crap or good food. And I think, KG, you know, you brought up a very important point, because we were talking about the division of small channels and big channels, where big channels here 2 years ago were bashing small channels. And I had done a video that I mentioned to the guys earlier about, if it wasn't for small channels, you big channels wouldn't be around, because there would be nobody here to watch you. And depending on content or the message sent, I may want to watch that smaller channel of somebody who's real. For example, as we were talking about all the people we missed from the fish fam, Dwayne Kitchell, the fish guy, Don the old fish guy, and not so much old as in age, but like Charles Lee and Mike's Fish Room, John with KG Tropical. He had a bit bigger channel, you know, and yes, Corey. But when like certain channels kind of started looking down their nose at small channels, I noticed, me personally, I lost interest in them. I was like, you know what, that's not what the fish fam is about. Because I hear it all the time. If I'm in a fish live stream and I'm modding, or I'm in there just watching the stream and somebody's asking a question, you know, especially with Corey's live streams, because everything flies by so fast, you know, I'll answer them. And, you know, I'll get stuff like, you know, I really appreciate you taking the time to answer, because I go to Facebook and I get an attitude and somebody's bashing me for asking this question. And, you know, I come to these streams and I'll ask the question a million times, and it'll fly by and nobody will answer, and I appreciate it. I said, and like I said to these guys earlier, I said, my success is your success. My enjoyment comes from, and I told them a story where some guy I had spoke to on one of Corey's streams about trying to get his bristlenose to breed, and I gave him some ideas to try, and 2 years later he come out of the woodwork in a live stream and thanked me. And I told him, I'm like, who the hell is this guy? Did I piss him off? Did I say something wrong? And I looked at the name and it kind of jogged my memory. He's like, yeah, I asked you about. I'm like, oh, I remember who you are now. He says, I've got tons of them. Thank you so much. So the tack to educate versus bash, keeping it real versus being an ass, you win. And me as a viewer, I want to watch you because I'm going to win as well, because you're going to impart your knowledge on me and not make me feel like an idiot. And you're going to give me, unbiased info. Like for me, if I have bad success on something, I'm not afraid to share it. How are you going to learn? Did you fall asleep, Melvin? Yeah, that Popeye sucks. I actually had, yeah, it was one of the betas. And I think that might be where one of the Petco things came in, because I wasn't overfeeding, and it was in a divided 10-gallon that I made a divider for, and just out of the blue I had Popeye, and it was only a couple weeks after I got it. Just checking. I thought maybe you were off in the corner with your girlfriend there. You'll have to come over to Philly and kick your ass. I like that. That's a great idea. And as I mentioned with these other guys that are here, I'm definitely, I appreciate and I'm honored that you came on to my impromptu live stream, because I haven't live streamed in probably 2 years now. Yeah, I mean, clickbait has its place. It's when it has nothing to do with the content that it's really wrong. When you're trying to get me to watch a porn channel or something. Don't clickbait me. You just show me what's in it, and if I want to watch it, I'm going to watch it. You realize, guys, that we've been sitting here shooting this stuff for almost 3 hours. And as I told you what's going on, I really appreciate you spending the time with me. And you want to talk about bad luck? Free offer on the back. For what? A free Dave single or chicken sandwich? No thanks. At the hospital. No fish porn. But I like to see them neons getting it on, man. Now you made me lose my train of thought. So I'm yelling at the nurses at the hospital because of the lack of treatment they're giving my girlfriend and the patronization that they're giving her. Tonight I met the two on staff tonight, and they were wonderful, and I appreciate them. They were what I would expect in a nurse. So, shit day at work, shit week at work, and I don't know how many of you guys do it, but I have a bad habit of taking shit like this and sticking it up in the visor. So I knew I had a temporary registration shoved up there. I had the book from Dustin about stop killing your plants or something. There's a couple more other papers in there, and I think I looked at it. Some stuff had to go in the garbage. I'm leaving the hospital tonight, and it was a nice night, so I put the windows down, and I pushed the visor up to make sure, because I saw the papers hanging on the end. Push them up. I go to make a right turn before the light changes. Papers out the windows, papers in my face, papers on the floor. I have no idea what went out the window. There was a car behind me. I was like, if somebody's going to steal my identity, pay my bills, that's all I ask. Out the window they went. Of all people to have fish porn, Big Easy. I get that, they come in bad conditions. Yeah, the Petco store I have over here, anytime that I've gone in there, and I don't go there anymore because I was telling the guys I had a falling out with the manager and the cashier. First, it started with the cashier not wanting to do her job, and then the manager saying it was okay not to do her job. So, anytime I'd go in there, fish would be stuck to the filter, the little intake that came through the top, dead, or weak in color, or a deformity of some sort, or hovering around the bottom. There was actually one time here recently, I had to go there. I had no choice. My girlfriend wanted to go, and I didn't want to do had anything to do with it. And there was a fish attacking a dying fish and taking pieces out of it. And I said to him, I'm like, you gonna do something? What if a child comes over here and sees that fish killing and eating that other fish? Could have cared less. Now Petco, same scenario. The one girl, because I was there on Thursday, and the girl said, she was talking about bala sharks. She said, I had these 2 sharks, and next thing I know, they're ganging up and they were killing this fish and eating it. I said, what'd you do? I took it out. I said, now see, people come in there and, oh, I want bala sharks. I heard they're this, they're that. And they're turning around and they were killing and eating other fish in the tank. So they may be community fish, but they can change. So now the same story was, I'm standing there and they had almost like a koi angelfish. And the 2 of you could tell the one angelfish wasn't doing well. It was kind of swimming this way and kind of floating, and the other ones come up, and there was 2 of them that come up and hit it. And I said to the girl, I said, can you do anything about that? She's like, well, I said, can you put it in that tank? Well, because it was a different type of fish in that tank. She's like, well, no. I said, well, what about that? And I had other types of angels. She said, I'll have to ask my manager, but I might be able to do that. I said, well, you see there's red right here around the gill. It's already affected by whatever's going on. So you either need to cull it, quarantine it, whatever the case is. So when I went back Saturday, I think I just glanced at the tank. I think she actually moved it up to the other tank, and it was actually doing a little better. But this Petco or PetSmart, they'll have a sign on there, the fish aren't ready for sale. So that's a plus. Petco, my local fish stores will have signs up, they're not ready for sale. Now, my Petco that's down in where I work puts this Petco to shame. And they take care of their fish. And I've actually seen them quarantine their fish. So I think it really depends on the store. And I know what's his face there? IGF there, Ivan. He does a lot of videos at Petco's and PetSmarts. convict cichlids as feeders. What? I just got to final time slot. It will be a podcast live stream live on Facebook, YouTube. Call it called The Future of Rob Rebuilding Our Brand. What? Yeah, I don't know. I just knew the fish wasn't doing well, but at least she was going to take the initiative to do something. Yeah, sometimes they're burnt so bad they're done. You know, and I guess this, I don't know if you consider it a good thing or a bad thing, but I think, in my opinion, what I'm about to tell you is it's showing you that tanks are healthy, or maybe they're not. At any rate, when I went to get the Australian rainbows that I have in the other tank, I noticed one with no eye. And I said, that one doesn't have an eye. She's like, well, do you want it? She said, I'll give it to you. I'm like, no, I don't want it. I was just pointing it out. A month later, that fish is still alive and well in that tank with one eye. So I don't know if it was a birth defect, an attack, whatever. The fish is fine. Colors are fine. It swims all over. So I was kind of like hinting at the other girl. I'm like, well, the other girl was going to give it to me. She was new. She's only been there a week. So I didn't get it. But I guarantee if I go over there tomorrow, that fish is still in that tank. And I feel bad. I would get it and put it in the tank with the other ones because none of the fish in there are going to hurt it. Now I feel bad. I had in my cichlid tank. Now, again, this is one of those you're not supposed to do it. You can't do it, but I did it. I actually had Victorian cichlids with South African. Why am I having a brain fart? I had two. I have one out there now. I can't think of the name of the friggin' cichlid now. Yeah, as long as the fish are chill, they're good to go. It begins with an N. I keep wanting to say nitro, but it's not a nitro. And I can't. They're a beautiful cichlid. Neferi cichlids. That's what it is. And I had a pair, and I have some bastard Scophilies, I think. I think the other Nayiri, add insult to injury, they fin nipped it, the tail, so that it had a nub. Didn't have another tank, which is why I told you, Melvin, make sure you have a backup tank. I did put it in a small tank that I used to use for the bettas and treated it with some stuff. That little tank I use when I have to use cloud or something, but in hopes that it would regenerate. Didn't regenerate, but she was fine. She swam all over. But, you know, like a puppy with that short little tail going 1,000,000 miles an hour. This week has been hell. And, you know, usually if I go over the tank, it's just to feed them. I don't even look. And then I have rocks all over with some mopani wood and stuff, and there's some deep caves. I guess she died. I didn't notice her because usually she would hang out by the power head that I have in the corner. She came floating up as I went to go do something in the tank. Oh, I was changing. I picked up, some woman was selling a smaller power head with a wand spray on the end. And I must have moved it in just the right area where it shot down and pushed it out. Now, as you mentioned, Melvin, about them eating, I've had 2 or 3 deaths in that tank over the span of 3 years, and at one point I went to move rocks because I was selling some of them. Found a skeleton. They picked it clean. My poor Nigiri started eating her. So they're opportunists. They will eat. But as you mentioned, if had I just got them and they were sick and I didn't know it, now I'm exposing the other fish, because they're eating the flesh of a contaminated fish. Just like you or I, if we ate, bad meat or something, we got food, or bad fish, we got food poisoning. You wonder, Melvin, like with some of those signs, are they really evaluating them? Or are they just blowing smoke up our ass? You would like to think not, but unfortunately with stores like PetSmart, Petco, Pet Plus, even Walmart, when they were selling, luckily our Walmart here locally finally stopped selling fish because all they were doing was killing fish. If they sold 1, 10 died. They actually had, at one point, and I almost went ballistic, they had Oscars in a tank with guppies or something. It's like, you can't put that fish in there with them. She's going to eat them all. Oh, and then to go back, like you were talking about, you couldn't believe the video with the convict feeding. Now, we're going to go back to 1988, 89. That was the in thing. We had a giant tank full of feeder goldfish. Cichlids back then, not like what we have now. Our cichlids were Oscars, convicts, Jack Dempseys. A friend of mine did have an arowana, a pacu, and a piranha. But that was the thing. It was live feeding. It was getting that Oscar. Now, I am not proud about what I'm going to tell you guys. I had 5 Oscars. When I got them, they were that big. When I rehomed them to a friend, they were over a pound. My Oscars tank was way too small. Way too small. We didn't know a lot back then. They were surviving, but as I mentioned, I had this crazy ass filter that had this giant pump on the side, and to me, it would put the aqua clear to shame. But I'll tell you the funny part first. When my ex-wife would walk into the living room, all 5 of them would line up like this, looking at her. And if she got this close to the tank, they would charge the lid and bang the lid. And they would keep charging it till she walked away. And then they would chill out. Here's the bad side. And this is going to tweak you, Carlos, because you were talking about nutrition and all this other stuff. But back then, that's not what it was about. I would walk up to the tank, they'd all line up. Why were they lining up? Because they knew I was giving them raw chopped meat chicken, whatever. I had the potential of the freshwater shark of Oscars. They would line up, and I would take a chunk of raw chopped meat and hold it above the water. They'd come up, take it out of my hand. If I held it underwater, they'd come up, take it out of my hand. They ate chopped meat. They loved cooked chicken. And then probably once a week, I would go get the small goldfish feeders from the local fish store down the road where I live. And that was the thing. Everybody was into live feeding. They always wanted to see those scales fly. Never once thinking that and like I said, we didn't know a whole lot back then. These importers could have been bringing in garbage fish, and here we are feeding them to our beloved Oscars and convicts and Jack Dempseys. We could have been feeding them the proverbial poison fish, you know? Go back and read your notes, Carlos. Now my local guy, he does that. He'll have a thing on the tank and it'll say treated this day with this and how much they were treating it with. I don't know if he still does it, but at least I cook my chicken. But, you know, it's sad because, you know, people would cringe nowadays, you know, especially on Facebook. Oh, no live feedings. But that was the selling point back then, because they knew that these Oscars would eat goldfish. They knew these Jack Dempseys would tear them up. You know, and that's what they do. They'd go for $1 and get 10 guppies, throw them in the tank, and 5 minutes all hell breaks loose, and all that's left is like snow, little sparkles of what once was a fish, you know? Nowadays we're smarter. You know, and I think there's been a major shift in the hobby where it's not just a tank with fish in it, it's pets. It's our version of a fur baby. You know, ours are wet babies. And, you know, people feel bad when their fish die or they have to put them down, because I see that question asked a lot too, is, you know, how do you get rid of your fish now? Like the woman that gave me all this stuff, she's like, well, I was going to put that one in the freezer. And I'm like, no, don't put it in the freezer. Give it to me and I'll see what I can do with it. And it's like it's an OB peacock, but when he swims next to my yellow lab or dolphin, it's got that rounded head. It's not a pretty OB, not like the one I sold, and I kind of missed the one I sold. But it had a split tail, so just keeping it in cleaner water and feeding it better quality food and getting it, you know, in a regiment, it's fine. It's swimming. It used to wreak havoc in this tank with the other cichlids, and then I put it in the big tank, kind of as a form of punishment. But it chilled out and it's healthy. But she says, yeah, you know, she says, I got this fish, and the next I know, she's unwrapping paper towel, and there's a fish that she put in the freezer. I said, it die in your tank? She says, it was dying, so I wrapped it up and I put it in the refrigerator. I'm like, yes, do you realize how cruel that was? Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's an advantage to it. I know with the arowana and the pacu, giving them live food was exactly that. It was to keep the predator instinct and try to keep them as close to being in the wild as possible. The clown knives too. I mean, you didn't realize, you see them today and they got that little tiny line, that's their mouth, and most people that aren't in the hobby have no clue. Yeah, that doesn't mean how small it is, because I've put live fish in his tank, my friends, and their mouths open up just like that, and they'll go them down like a pelican. The pacus, they'll just, and the piranhas, they'll just come up and just saw it apart. So now, like, I just saw a couple videos. Yeah, groupers too. I watched the grouper latch onto a guy's hand holding the fish. The grouper was like, I want that fish and I want your arm. And he literally was up to here in the grouper. And he had a big fish in his hand, because they were scuba diving. And the grouper went whoosh. But the head on it was like that when the mouth opened. But they had, I think this person took it too far, and a lot of people were complaining. The guy had, I don't know if it was a jaguar. Might have been an Oscar. I think it was an Oscar. Might have been an Oscar. So he's got a video, and first he's feeding it night crawlers. Not a big deal. Then he showed them going after goldfish. Not a big deal. Then I want to say it was a garter, but he threw a snake in the tank. Fish ate that. And I'm assuming this video was done over a period of time. Now it's starting to get a little ridiculous. Oh yeah. He actually had an electric eel too. I wasn't messing with that. Was not happening. So, feeding the snake, and of course, the snake is trying to hit it and bite it. But the thing that really pushed me over the edge, as well as everybody else that commented on it, was he put a mouse in the tank. And fish come up and smack the mouse, and the mouse is trying to get out while he's got it sideways, and I'm thinking, you're risking your fish's life for a mouse that's going to scratch all the way down, that's going to try to bite all the way down. So you've got your rocks off watching a mouse die that's eventually going to kill your fish. So it was on Facebook, and he got a reaming for it. But that's the whole thing too, the big channels forcing the little guy away, people doing stupid things. And I've always been the type where I'm just going to keep it real. If you like me, great. And if you don't, welcome to America. You got the freedom to turn the video off, change the channel, so to speak. And I enjoy, which is ironic here, I enjoy helping people try to get their question answered or whatnot. But when I'm at work and I have to help customers, that's the worst part of the job. And not even so much our customers, but our technicians. How these people walk, talk, and chew gum just boggles my mind. There's a certain level of stupidity, and these guys have smashed right through it. Drives me nuts. I think one night on a weekend, is it Streamlabs? StreamYard? I know Google Hangouts and stuff, but we should try to do something where we can all get on camera and then have a a conversation around the ring, so to speak. Get other people to watch and maybe jump in. Most fish that eat are rodents, drowned, or fatality. Injures their fish. Yeah, that's what somebody said. That made a lot of sense. That you're gonna feed your fish a snake. You're gonna feed your fish this. And I think too, a lot of people lose sight. Like, at least with you, Carlos, you go out and you wild catch fish. Predominantly, these fish are raised on farms, wholesaler farms. They have no recollection of being wild. I mean, it's in their DNA, but I don't think it's ever called to task unless you do something like that. You throw guppies in for cichlids or something, which, in all honesty, I thought about taking these and putting them in there, but I still have a few ocean blue females that are pure, but I have a lot of mutt males in there now, unfortunately. But, so many fish nowadays are just, fish. They were grown in a tank. Mm-hmm. I get thinking, because I'm a fisherman since I was a kid, mostly bass. But where I live now, I have the luxury of large, small, some tremendous pike and muskie, which I just got a thing pop up in my Facebook memories of when I was tying the boat on the car that I just bought 4 years ago. That boat sits outside against the house. I haven't used it once. It's not even registered. But being a fisherman, because somebody asked me on one of my live streams a while ago, what got me in the hobby, and I said, mostly it was working for Petco. And then being a fisherman, I was always studying the topography of the water, because where I'm originally from, we have a lot of reservoirs, so it's crystal clear water. So I was always trying to mimic what I saw underneath in the tank, which kind of got me into the hobby. And then I got thinking, like, I'm out here fishing and I'm using this bait and I'm using this bait. I'm using a worm. What the hell does a fish see in a worm? Or a bird? And so you think, all right, bass, whatever, go for worms. Because when it rains and the water runs in, the worms get caught in the flow and they wind up in the river. Explain. But a bird, I used to fish this reservoir. Yeah. That's why, like, if I give fish to somebody, or I'm getting fish, I usually put in the stress sign to stimulate the slime, or I'll use more so Dr. Tim's product to create the slime, because without thinking, I think it was stress sign, one of the two. It creates the slime by irritating their skin, thus forcing them to create the slime. So I stopped using that and I used Dr. Tim product. But lost my train of thought. Must be getting tired. Oh, when I went to my yeah, I'm pretty sure they're exposed to a ton more. Yeah, because you figure if there's a bacteria, you know, our tanks, we control it to a point to keep it basically microscopic bacteria, if any. Yeah. Where in the wild, pollutants create bacterias, and, you know, stagnant water. I mean, there's so many different variables to create it. That's why, like, you know, people get sick if they swallow water because they get a bacterial infection, or if they get a cut and the bacteria gets into their cuts. So you're probably not off base with that thought process, or as the scientists would say, with your hypothesis, not photosynthesis. But yeah, I mean, do you notice anytime man gets in something or has their hand in it, they find some way to screw up something? So you can definitely target treatment. Joseph is actually a nice guy. We sat at the bar. He was drinking coffee. Rack was drinking, I don't know what the hell he was drinking. He might have had a beer. I don't know. I know I had a beer. But Joseph is, Joseph pisses me off because I had the idea for the Fish Fam News. It's not what it's going to be called, but there used to be a show on the E! Network. It was Talk Soup. And it basically talked about videos that had popped up, you know, kind of like Tosh.0 now. But I had thought about doing that. But, you know, the saying is you snooze, you lose. So here Joseph comes out of the blue with Fish Fam News. But he is a realist. He is very laid back. It was a pleasure to actually meet him and talk. He definitely had a lot of information and thoughts on YouTube and growing channels and all that stuff. And we talked for hours. I think we talked right up to last call. And like Rack came fueled with information and wisdom and knowledge from Corey. Joe came with wisdom and knowledge somewhat from Corey and other people. And to see the two people, yeah, I finally got that mosquito. The differences in people and the passion and what they took from somebody's talk and who took and created, expanded upon what they were, the information they were given, and made it their own, or somebody just took what was given to them, implemented it, and ran with it. And to see who was more successful than the other. You know, it's interesting to people watch. So, but yeah, Joseph, Rack too. I mean, Rack and I were good friends there. He sent me a lot of stuff. We've talked, and found out we had other interests like geocaching and stuff like that. But to just sit and talk with Joe, it's like us, you know, just a bunch of guys sitting around chit-chatting about, you know, anything and everything. So definitely a nice guy. Rack, funny, high-strung. But I will say, and they actually, a lot of times Susan will, not Susan from SLC Aquatics, Susie Q, lives in PA. She's not too far from me. And she keeps talking about her and Elizabeth, One Fish, Two Fish ROC, getting together and fish shop, which now with COVID, that's way on the back burner. But Susan also rides, and she was talking about meeting somewhere and riding around to different fish stores. So we'll see if that ever comes into light down the road. But that'd be a cool video. Like, we were approached. I used to belong to was a motorcycle club called Worn and Weathered, and we got approached by Mark Martin from the Food Network, and this was right around the time of Sun's popularity being at its highest. He wanted to do a show called Chefs of Anarchy, as opposed to Sons of Anarchy. And he came to the local bar and wanted our club to show up. And oh yeah, he does. They brought us food to taste, had us on camera, and would like ask us questions about the food, and then, you know, he would talk about how they made it, and, you know, then they bring the cameras out and we'd have a bike up against the wall doing a burnout, or somebody bike was set up where the exhaust would flame, so he'd flame, the other guy would be back there lighting a cigar. But Food TV never picked it up, so it kind of wound up in the studio, never to be seen the light of day again. Very true. Like, I did an hour radio show down the road from here, and it was just it was called Be a DJ Weekend, and I did they wanted you to send in your music list and whatnot, so I sent in my list with the times of each song, the band, the whole 9 yards. And they liked it, so I got brought in for the gig. I was talking like I'm talking now. And she's like, well, we're going to go live. And she says, you're going to play a Rolling Stone song at some point. Do you want to, you know, qualify somebody for a trip to Cancun? And I was like, whatever. You know, still very monotone. She said, well, here's your playlist, and you can talk as much as you want. And as I think back, I'm like, how cliche is this statement? What kind of douchebag am I? I'm like, it's not about me, it's about the music. Douchey or what? So, she says, I'm going to count you down and then you're going to go live. So she's doing the verbal countdown and then goes silent for the 2-1. And she points, and I go to DJ mode. Her jaw drops. Get the song, she's like, oh my God. She says, that's not what I expected. And, you know, as I kept going and playing and whatnot, they were, her mother called her boyfriend at home because they thought something happened to her on the way to work, and I was the fill-in DJ. So he called the hotline in the studio, and she's like, no, I'm fine. This is his hour to play music. She's like, you're good. My mom thought you were the actual DJ. And she's like, would you come back and do it again? I was like, of course. That was kind of like a dream of mine, was to be a DJ. I MC like the fire department meetings and stuff like that, but I always had fun playing music. And sure enough, I moved out of the area shortly after, so I never knew. I could have finally had my shot in radio. I was going to go to college for fire inspector, and then also, because I had a local radio station, do communications at the same time in hopes to, get into New York radio, which never happened. But to go from this voice to my DJ voice, I always catch anybody off guard. Well, guys, we've been rolling this for 3 hours and 37 minutes. Can you believe it? And we've had 5 or 6 people watching the whole time, so I definitely appreciate it. I am definitely more relaxed in lieu of what's going on. And it was nice. It'd be cool to get you guys on camera too, so we could actually have a conversation. But that's the difference, we talk about anything and everything. Fishing, people, lack of, bashing. Can I do this in my 20-gallon? The one thing that I still remember from Melvin was him doing his live stream with his blanket over his tank. I'll show you this shortly, and it went on for weeks. Yep, I'm almost ready to unveil my tank. A month later, it's almost there. Then finally, here it is. Now I could get into some reggae. You are quite the inquisitor there, my man. But I'm like that too. I always think about something. I was the type of person that would take something apart just to see how it worked. And then when I got playing with fish and realizing that, I could do this to a filter and get this as an end result, Thought that woman had a real snake in her hand for a minute. Some of these game shows on this TV. There was back in the day, it's still around, but it kind of went to the dirty side. It used to be called, it's still called Pal Talk, and it's like what Zoom is today, but you could have several people in windows and you could see each other and talk to each other, but unlike OBS or Streamlabs or something where it cuts to somebody else's camera, they all stayed on at the same time. You just would step on one another when you talk. But that kind of turned into pornography. But prior to the shift to the dark side, there would be people that would just do this and play music. Then there was another one where people would sing. They would do almost a karaoke. The song would be playing and they would sing, which was cool. But like Second Life or can't think what the name of it is now. You create characters and you can go to different worlds. You can go to bars, you can go to beaches and whatever. You can build your own house type thing. And I used to have shit all over this world. But they had DJs. And a lot of times you get voted and people would, you'd get a picture, banner certificate, DJ of the month, DJ of the week. So I would go mess up, because there I had a biker character with the vest, the whole 9 yards. So I would do DJ in there, and I could play it through my phone and pump it into the program and play it. But what was cool about that too was that you came across a lot of songs that you never heard. Like I never heard the Moonshine Band, Outlaw Moonshine Bandits, Give Us Two Shots. That's a great song. Lenny and oh my God, Ace of Spades. They did a cover version of I say it was a Guns N' Roses song. Excellent. Loved it. Motorhead, that's the name. So it opened up a whole new thing there. But I listen to all kind of music. I said some people like. Sometimes I forget when I'm driving and the windows are down and I have my radio up a little bit. On my phone, I'll have like old school, like I like it when you call me Big Papa, or Gin and Juice, or G's Up, Hose Down. I have that cranking. And here they see this older guy come cruising listening to Snoop. But it's funny, I grew up on country. Old country, new country. Right up until I moved up here, I don't listen to country at all. I used to drive up here to like see Toby Keith down at the concert center they have down here. Don't listen to it anymore. Won't turn it on. I thought I would wonder if going in deep substrate in aquariums, what a plant growth would be like in an aquarium, but not using a well. Doesn't use play in this bed, Mississippi, please. It's probably, as you were saying, when that flooded, that mixed with everything, shit that was buried illegally, and chemicals and sewage and everything, and these people are walking through it. You're picking up stuff that man just was not meant to deal with, which is the problem with the COVID, is the body's never experienced it, doesn't know how to combat it, like the flu and stuff like that. But with that deep substrate now, they talk about when the substrate gets like that, the anaerobic and aerobic environment that's detrimental, and gas pockets, and and they bring that up, and if you think about it, like in a lake, especially up here in the Adirondacks, they're colder, but that's dirt. That's miles of dirt, and you'll see gas bubbles come up and stuff, but nobody dies. Fish are healthy, so it does make you wonder. And then, like, when you're in these groups and a question gets asked, and where some of the answers come from, you kind of scratch your head and go, some of the arguments or rebuttals or debates that I've seen blow my mind, because I go back to nature with some things, and I'll take it all the way back to the hibby-dibby pop, don't pop like hot butter on a breakfast toaster, Bake a Bubba. They were down the road from where I grew up. But arguments like, you know, you put an air stone in your tank, or stagnant water, or this or that, and you think just where you live, looking around, well, the wind blows across the water. That helps stir the top up, breaks surface tension, allows what's underneath to come to the top. You have water going over rocks. Welcome to our filtration. The rocks with the algae and the moss is filtering the water as it goes downstream. So sometimes you have to go back to the basics to find the answer for your question in your fish tank. You're taking a segment of the world outside and putting it in 4 pieces of glass, 5 pieces of glass. You know, and you're trying to recreate the world, and then you're like, well, there's no water changes in the wild. Yeah, there is. The water is getting sucked into the land around it. The dirt, the sand, the rocks are kind of filtering it, and what finds its way back into the lake is kind of filtered, and what goes deeper gets dried out or sucked down into the Earth's mantle. You know, I mean, it's, people don't think. I mean, there's so many things that go on in nature, and how nature is going to self-sustain itself now and long after we're gone. You know, I think like the water change would be the equivalent of, but see, going across the country, I don't think it would play out the same. Here in the Northeast, winter comes in, your water freezes. As the water freezes, it sucks in all that nasty stuff and it gets trapped in the water. And then as the season goes along, it starts to evaporate, and those nasty things were broken down into microscopic things, and they kind of just evaporate and disappear. And now as the ice melts, it's now providing new life, new minerals that it absorbed from being frozen, and it's putting it back in the water. I don't know. Seasonal rains, there you go. The archer fish will spit up onto the leaf and drop a bug in the water. They're designed by nature to survive. But I think, like you said, with breaking up the surface and stuff, when a runoff comes from our mountains and our glaciers, well, not so much glaciers now, but runoff from the mountains where it's pure and finds its way down into the rivers and into some of the lakes and stuff from the feeder streams. So that to me is kind of like a water change, especially in fall time when you have the I'm trying not to say this wrong. I was going to say hypothermia. The thermocline, where your warm water and your hot water, your cold water are separated by the thermocline, and then as winter hits, it does the flip, and the thermocline disappears, and now your water temperatures are all equaled out. There is kind of like an air stone, because colder water holds more oxygen. So this is summer, this is when everything is kind of used up and exhausted under the thermocline, and now it does its shift, and the fresh water comes up top and then slowly sinks down, and it basically re-energizes that body of water. Water density 2 play a role in evaporation. Yep. What comes down, or what goes up must come down. mineral going through the sand and substrate in plants, eating it in nature. Exactly. You know, something dies, plant dies around each other, and you know, it's the circle of life, because that plant that once was young and tall has grown old and started to decay and falling down. The young one's coming back up, feeding off of the decay of the old one. If you think about the most any lake or river doesn't have not many water changes, is in drought. Yep, it gets sucked right in. Evaporates in the cloud, comes down as rain to water the plants and trees and refill those now once dried up lakes. Which is funny, because that the one video I did recently, it was July 4th weekend. With COVID, it's affected our canal systems. That's how they used to get the barges from down in the city up here. They weren't deemed essential, so the gates, the locks, all those things that needed repair couldn't be done, so they didn't open them. Where my girlfriend's parents live, right here 5 minutes away, they actually live on the river, and well, they have a house on the river, next to the river. You could walk out what used to be underwater. So I did a video talking about collecting rocks and driftwood, and I walked down probably about a quarter mile on what would be a dried out riverbed, drought. You could see the cracks. Of course, I'm the only one that finds the one soft spot and sink my brand new sneakers down into the muck. So I did the video, and it had to be 30 yards wide of just dried out riverbed that I walked down. They had to do something, so they opened the gates. Now that whole thing is now filled back up with water. The river was still running, but the edges had dropped down so much from a drought that they couldn't get a lot of boats. A lot of the marinas couldn't open because they couldn't get the boats in the water. And where her father's dock went out, most of their boats were sitting on the ground. And it was kind of odd to see, because I went with a friend of mine here to go fishing, and it's up here by a lock, and there was no water. All it was this giant canyon up to the lock, and then the lock was empty, and then you go above that lock, that was empty. Then you go above that lock, there's where the water was and where the river runs down. So now they put some water in it, but they still haven't done the repairs, and that was costing millions of dollars not having them open, because they weren't getting, the marinas were hurting, the fisheries were hurting. It's crazy. Olean grate contains silk. Is that too much? Oh, excuse me. But another issue for local fish, that most medications we let out through urine can only be removed by electrolysis, which is super expensive to treat our wastewater with the amount of energy it needs. Yeah, here's something funny. I worked for a pharmaceutical company, and we made oxy, we made hydro, we made morphine, made quite a few things. Well, human nature, drugs equal money. They would take them and put them in plastic bags, and this is a little podunk area, flush them, because they had to go down to the water treatment plant. So supposedly, when they flushed them, they had somebody that worked in the water treatment center would basically collect them off the screen. and then take them out of the bags, repackage them, and sell them. So you wonder how many of those bags got destroyed going through the screen, and those tablets got exposed to water and then got into the treated water and contaminated it. And I think, you know, people like to, I see a lot of people talk about wanting to use rainwater in their aquariums, shrimp tanks and things like that, so they can remineralize it to the parameters that they need. I think with all the crap that's been pumped up into the air and all the garbage that's been dumped into space, I don't know if rainwater is as clean as people think it is. I'm not going to a lake and drinking the water. But we were talking before, wild caught. I had scarlet bettis and in the 10-gallon tank over there. I went to my local fish store because I wanted to surprise my girlfriend with a couple bettis because they just got them in. So I get the bettis and I see there's a video out on bottled water where these women did a test with pH. And people think, you know, oh, this is so-and-so water, this is expensive water. And it had like almost, you know, like a 6.2, making it like you might as well just suck on a battery. You're going to get the same amount of acid to destroy your teeth. There were out of, I think, 13 different bottled waters, 1 or 2 came in the neutral 7.0. Some were out towards the alkaline, some were, I mean, it just blew my mind. You know, and people take these company words, they're not lying if they don't tell you. Little loophole, you know. Our water's filtered and bottled out of a shit creek in Elizabethtown, New Jersey. But it's okay to drink. I've been through Elizabeth, New Jersey. I don't even want to breathe going through there, let alone drink the water. So anyway, I go to my local fish store, and he's a little bit more reputable than these other guys. And they had wild-caught batis. All right, had the red coloration like a scarlet. Had them in my 10-gallon. So, you know, my scarlets are growing out a little bit. All of a sudden, here comes this wild-caught thing that's about that big. And I'm like, does wild-caught mean that the ones we see in the store that are this big, but if we catch them in the wild, they're this big? It's like, I wonder if they classified this fish wrong, telling me that it's a wild-caught bettis, because it don't look like these two, and it fully outgrew them. I put them in the 55 because I was afraid that they were going to eat the babies and stuff in there, and I put him in the 55, and he's probably about that big now, but it was supposed to be a wild-caught scarlet bettis. Yeah, and if you're going to filter the water, rainwater, then why bother? Get a Mr. Buddy off of Amazon for $69 and make yourself 50 to 100 gallons of pure RO water, or damn close to it. Interesting. I know with my girlfriend now, she was barely eating because of the pressure and the pain in her stomach. And no lie, it's probably been a week and a half. She had one popcorn chicken piece that I had got from Walmart. She hadn't eaten anything. She's not allowed to drink, only to take her pills. So they've been pumping her with fluids, the lactose ringers. And I checked the hat, which is the plastic cup or pan that goes into the toilet. So when they urinate, they can measure how many ounces that she's putting out. So, she's getting the fluids, and she's still severely dehydrated. In the last 3 days, her output's gone up, where I saw today she was at about 4 ounces, but it is so dark, and I could swear there's actually blood in it. So it's kind of amazing how, we need certain things to survive. And that's why in the old days, my grandparents taught me is acid outside the body and alkalines inside the body. They were smart. But I think, people, with the amount of information that's out there now, and we know that a lot of it is not correct or partially correct or just outright dangerous. But, common sense. Fish is a living, breathing organism, just like a human. And you got to think, if I do this to me, this is what's going to happen. You do it to a fish, odds are the same thing is going to happen. Yeah, the only problem is that she was dehydrated so long. It's like people who don't eat because they think they're doing themselves a favor in the weight loss department, and they'll starve themselves. That's wrong, because you can take that piece of chicken or whatever it is and eat that. After you starve, your body's in starvation mode. It's going to retain everything, all the fat, all the proteins, all the vitamins, whatever's in there, even the bad, the triglycerides and shit like that. Your body's going to hoard it. Your body needs it. It's going to hoard it. So, what's happening now, I think she's has to be like 5 bags or more, and she's still severely hydrated. So there's still something going on somewhere. They did a CAT scan tonight, but her body, every cell in her body is hoarding that fluid as it comes in, which is scary how your body works. Yeah, that's funny too that you mentioned dehydration, because you drink diet soda thinking you're doing yourself a favor, and all you're doing is making yourself twice as thirsty as you were before. And unfortunately, I do try to drink water, tons of Gatorade, Powerade. Propel's got too much sugar in it. Being I'm a diabetic, that's kind of the last thing I want. But there's times that an ice cold Diet Pepsi is the next best thing to sliced bread. I don't want Diet Coke. I don't want Diet Dr. Pepper. I want a acidic Diet Pepsi. Now, how you mentioned about acid and alkaline, back in the 90s when they were doing the Pepsi challenge, a little mom and pop store around the corner from my house, we were all standing. It was kind of like that store everybody just hangs out in, buying. They were doing the Pepsi challenge, and they're like, do you think you could pick out Pepsi over Coke? I said, oh yeah. Blindfolded? I said, yeah. Well, go ahead. Took a sip, took the blindfold off. Said, that's Pepsi, that's Coke. How can you tell? Because Pepsi has a very acidic and crisp flavor to it. Coke has more of a lemony taste to it, or aftertaste, and it's not as crisp or effervescent as Pepsi. And half an hour they tried to trip me up. Like, they'd fill 2 cups with Diet Coke. Well, back then it was Coke because I could drink. I wasn't diabetic. Like, no, you didn't pour Pepsi. These are both Pepsi. That's a Doc root beer. What the hell are you doing? You know, playing games. Yeah, you need something to fire up the digestion. That I did not know. I would never have thought about calcium anything in my food. I would think more iodine salt, which I barely use salt anymore. I usually just use seasoning. Yeah. I've always been a Pepsi drinker. It's just I always like the crispness, maybe kind of the burn. But in the firehouse we used to have guys, alcoholics. I'm going on the wagon. What do you mean? I'm not gonna drink. One guy switched to Dos Equis. If it works, fine. To me, you're kind of defeating the purpose if you have to have something that resembles a beer, that tastes like a beer, but has no alcohol content. The other guy, give me a gin, because I also had to bartend. Give me a ginger ale. Why are you drinking ginger ale on the wagon? Because I like to burn. It burns like a cold beer. I was like, whatever gets your rocks off, have at it. None of it ever lasted. Within a week, 2 weeks, maybe a month, they were back to drinking. The one old timer would sit there with his Pilsner glass of Bud, grab the salt shaker. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Gives it more head. I said, a hooker gives you more head too if you give her $20. He said, don't knock it till you try it. I hated that as a kid or as a younger adult. You know, don't knock it till you try it. Whippersnapper. Yeah, I tried it. It actually, a little bit of saltiness to it, but it actually wasn't bad. I said, I'll give you this one, but I don't want all that. I don't want all that salt in my beer. It's bad enough salt. You know, that beer is all predominantly salt to start with. Now, Diet Pepper, I'll switch off and on. I like that. Yeah, but you know what, Melvin? You can kiss Pepsi goodbye because she's going to whip your butt into drinking nothing but Coke. See, God messed with me, making me a type 2 diabetic, because I'm Italian. What do Italians like? They like spaghetti, and a lot of it. On the flip side, I love my rice. You can give me a bowl of rice and some brown gravy, I'm happy as a fat kid in a candy shop. You really want to make me happy? You cut up some beef that's been sauteed in that gravy on that rice, I'm good to go. Best to know if you had ice cream with root beer or soda, it changes the taste. Now, as a kid, and I've only ever done it once or twice in my adult life, was dishwater. You know what that is? I'm not going to tell you yet. I'm going to let me know if you guys know what that is. Now, we had an A&W root beer store next to the Jungle Habitat, which was like a drive-through safari, till a guy lost his mind, opened the cages and let all the animals out into the local neighborhood. Well, ice cream soda have the effervescence. I don't think I've ever had ice cream with like Pepsi or anything. I think it's always been root beer. Maybe I've had it with Pepsi once or twice, I just don't remember. If I'm going to do it, I prefer it be with root beer. Yeah, see, I use Truvia or Stevia. I don't use regular sugar anymore. So, being nobody responded, dishwater, which makes me think of the movie I just watched, The Big Ugly. I'll take a bourbon and milk. He puts the bourbon and drinks it in the milk so it doesn't bother his stomach. I guess by any means necessary. But a milkshake, a dishwater is Pepsi with milk. And I think it's like a derivative of a London Fog. But our local soda jerk store back when we were kids, kind of like the Woolworths, the 5 and 10s had the little restaurant or whatever you want to call it in the back. We had Frenchie's, which was a diner and ice cream parlor, and he used to make waters, which were a cup like this with Pepsi, and then I think you could probably have whatever you wanted, but anywhere I ever went, it was always Pepsi and then milk. Mad Dog 2020. Not even close. But surprisingly, it tastes good. I can't even begin to tell you how it tastes. It's something you'd have to experience on your own. And then to zero in milk soda ratio. But again, I've only ever done it, I think, twice in my adult life. But see, when you say shake, I'm thinking you got ice cream as a base in there. And the PR, I'm assuming you mean Puerto Rico? Glasses suck. I was in the DR back in 2000. I don't care how you bottle it, Carlos. It's good shit. But now, not even thinking when I said what I said, it lended itself to your comment about how things taste better with calcium in it. Funny. Great minds think alike. I've never had coconut milk with Pepsi. Coconut milk is something I kind of just take straight. When I was in Hawaii, that was good. That was unadulterated, not all this sugar crap they're passing off as natural coconut. It was cut, here, have it. Coconut Bob, he was actually on the Travel Channel. They interviewed him because he lives on the beach in a tent, and he makes money by selling palm hats, palm pocketbooks, shaved ice, and coconut milk and coconut water and that stuff. Well, we lost two. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, people don't realize just how sugarized crap is until they taste it in the natural form. Like when I was in Hawaii, in the morning I would go down to the outdoor breakfast lounge, whatever you want to call it, and have tons of fruit. And the difference of local fruit versus the store-bought fruits, the difference in the flavor is day and night. It was incredible. The healthiest I ever was. Melvin fell asleep. Yeah, we know what you're doing. I can't believe we've been here doing this for 4 hours and 20 minutes, and it's already 5 after 2. Which is good because I might actually be able to sleep a little bit. My legs have been bothering me so much. It wakes me up 3,000 times over the course of the night. I'm trying to think. I definitely got to get those cards out and get those stickers out. I become such a procrastinator now. My motorcycle hasn't moved. I went out once to get washed, to be put back under a stupid tarp to get dirty all over again. Cool beans. I'm wondering if he's even still here. Because we were at 5, 6 for the longest time, so we had some lurkers. And then we dropped down to 3, and then we went up to 4, 5, back to 4. So I don't even know if he's still with us. You talking about aluminum foil? See, my problem, and I started like trying to put the theory together, was like I would go salmon fishing here September and come back like go Friday, Saturday, Sunday at the end of September and come back home the beginning of October. My aunt swears by that. I think was doing the ivory soap, or I think the onion was for if you were sick. But being in the river with the waders on, you know, and walking across the rocks and stuff, trying to balance, you start to tighten certain muscles. But I noticed it's the cold that sets them off, because, and it might be some hereditary stuff too, because I know my mother's had problems with hers. But if I have the AC on and my feet or my calf comes out from under the blanket, I'll be up probably in a half an hour after it sets in and seizes up my leg. Sometimes it's sciatica driven, but last night it was so bad that I got up in the shower, steaming hot water, and it still wouldn't let go. But I started to try to take my vitamin religiously, and trying to take magnesium to hopefully solve that. But I got to go to a doctor. I got to go find a doctor, because my doctor left. I haven't been back in a while. But I have to have my labs and stuff done, because I know my A1Cs are all over the place now. Once I was diagnosed back in 2004, it was 2004, 2007, somewhere in there. My A1Cs went right back to that of a normal person, like 5.3. It was never above a 7. I can only imagine how bad it is now, but at least now, they had me on this Avandimit, which were 2 drugs, and I just happened to have been at the hospital near the Baseball Hall of Fame, and they had on the radio about how now my girlfriend's awake. She should be asleep. Well, I forgot where I was going after I saw that text pop up. Oh, the Avandimit. They came over the radio talking about it was being pulled off the market because it was causing heart attacks and stuff. And that was like 2007. And I haven't taken anything since. But I'm thinking at this point, you know, when I go back, if I'm going on meds, at least, because your body will build up a tolerance to it and it may not work as well. So at least at this stage of the game, if I start and I get back on meds and whatnot, that at least the second half will be a little bit better than it would have been had I been taking those drugs all this time. Yeah, everybody drink pickle juice. Yeah, lactic acid forming on the muscles. Yeah, I hit pickles every now and then. I did try to juice, but you go back to how powerful your mind is, and it's kind of hard. You know, your throat wants to close up and go, no, you're not drinking this. Yeah, because if you drink too much pickle juice, it's gonna mess with what cholesterol or something. I know it's gonna throw out of whack. Like last week, another thing I haven't really had a lot, I haven't eaten a lot in time was pickle